guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Close out of Monday, and what are we looking at? We'll be working our way into October 5. Like 10 days till my birthday. Yeah, I got a birthday in October. Myself and the princess both. Days away. Welcome aboard. Hope your week's off to a good start. It does appear at this hour that our viewing friends can actually pick us up on Facebook. That would not have been the case through most of the day. Well, about 7 hours worth. What the hell happened to Facebook and some of the other social media platforms? Some were surmising there was a hack. Other theories being floated. Yeah, we've got the latest on what the experts are telling us. I mean, in this day and age, everything has to be a conspiracy theory, and yeah, no sooner than the outage was several hours underway, there was apparently a 60 Minutes and a Facebook whistleblower special episode that ran again on 60 Minutes, where the whistleblower was speaking out. And the fact that it occurred, started about 11:30 Eastern time, Monday morning, which would have been right about the time, California time, everybody gets to work. And the conspiracy was they spent the entire day scrubbing files. Ooh, all right, we'll tell you officially what the narrative is, and maybe delve into some of the conspiracies as well. But let's start with a look at our traveler's weather tonight. Another soggy night in parts of the southeast, as well as parts of the Northeast. And as anticipated, we are beginning to see finally some precip moving in to the southwestern portions of the country. Could even see some rain in L.A. Well, I got a line of showers, thunderstorms that will be encroaching on the Atlanta metro area here in the coming hours. From there, you can pretty much draw a line southwesterly through east central Alabama into southwestern Alabama and all the way down to just north of New Orleans. That's going to be pretty much the fire hose effect, as they refer to it, the training of storms. Over the coming couple of days, in that zone where we could be talking rainfall totals approaching 6 inches. All right, we'll delve more into that coming up here. First, let's start off in the Northeast. The first full weekend of October may have felt more like a second summer to many in the Northeast. Did not last into the new week. It was a soggy Monday across the region. Weather more suitable for enjoying fall activities. And that's going to be the trend over the next several days. But over the weekend, we had a storm that blossomed over the Great Lakes, bringing with it a dose of heavy rain in like 2 days' time. Locations like Hancock, Michigan, and Buffalo, New York recorded more than 2 inches of rain. That's the storm that set its sights on the Northeast Monday and continues tonight. Let me briefly skip up to that region. Still have some scattered showers, thunderstorms. North central, moving to northeastern Pennsylvania. A lot of rain in New York. You've got a rain. Well, Buffalo has cleared out, but it's raining from Syracuse to Albany, New York, to Concord, New Hampshire. Soggy night in that corridor from Boston down into Hartford, Connecticut. Looks like most of the rain now north and east of New York City. Let's see. The drier air will be moving in, which will be bringing in some cooler conditions. Temperatures closer to what would be normal for this time in October. Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., you were into the lower 80s on Sunday, about 10 degrees above normal. Well, things begin cooling off today. By Wednesday, temperatures in that region are going to be back in the low to mid 70s. But that cool, crisp, fall-like air doesn't look like it's going to stick around too long for some. We've got a storm bringing downpours there in the southeast. It's forecast to shift northward for the second half of the week. It's going to bring more wet weather to the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes as the week progresses. Some of that rain may start to sneak into the northeast. Western New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, you're most likely to face more rainfall. In New England, you may be far enough north to be spared and have more of a prolonged dry spell with high pressure kind of parked over the region. The stretch of drier air, no matter how brief, is going to be welcome for many in the Northeast who have experienced a wet summer and a wetter than normal start to the fall. New York City, you ended meteorological summer, June 1 to August 31, with 24 inches of rainfall, 2 feet of rain over the summer. Then in September, the Big Apple picked up to another 10.03 inches of rain. Boston recorded more than 19.5 inches of rain from early June to the end of August. The wet stretch followed by just shy of 7.5 inches of rain there in the month of September. It's been soggy in the Northeast. Long-range forecasters say while more rounds of wet weather do lie ahead for the rest of October, overall it should be drier than what we saw in September. Southern and western parts of the region, and in particular, will be the target of more rounds of rain. But even in those areas, should be a drier month than what we had in September. The mid to late October, likely to feature some above normal temperatures for the region as well. That rise in afternoon highs are likely to take place across much of the Northeast by the end of this week. So, as we said, that cool stretch isn't going to be there very long. Where's that warm air in the Northeast going to be coming from? Well, right now, it's the north central portions of the country once again. where, as the case has been the trend as of late, we could be talking some more record high temperatures in that region. Here's we make our way into Tuesday and Wednesday. We've had a lot of extreme heat in the northern plains over the summer. It's continued into early fall. Last week, Omaha, you recall, surpassed their September 27th record of 92 degrees by 1 degree. Dickinson, North Dakota, broke the record for the latest 100-degree day temperature. Yeah, parts of Montana, you're expected to approach some record territory this week. Forecasters anticipate temperatures in the middle 80s in the Billings area today for your Tuesday. That would tie the record of 85, set in 1993. Temperatures could even approach records as far west as Bozeman and Helena, Montana today. Lower 80s would be where the records stand. Elsewhere, temperatures in Bismarck, North Dakota, predicted to soar close to 90 degrees, setting the record back in 1949. The core of the heat's going to peak today for many locations in the northern plains. Temperatures will still remain above average through the end of the week. Maybe the most significant records could be set today. Dickinson and Williston, North Dakota, expected to be in the upper 80s to lower 90s. Even if those records weren't record-level temperatures, they are definitely rare. Dickinson hasn't hit 90 in October in 10 years. Back in 2011, they hit 95. This latest round of heat is because of a large area of high pressure settling over the plains this week. Yeah, the high's not only going to be amplified due to a dip in the jet stream, but it's going to be bringing in that surge of warm air from the desert southwest as that desert heat moves northward out of the Rockies. And it's going to be enhanced even further, adding to the extreme temperatures. Due to the intense drought, the risk of wildfires will be elevated this week as that heat builds in. We have red flag warnings issued by the National Weather Service for northeastern Montana, as well as parts of Wyoming. Montana accounts for 8 of the large active fires in the country as of this past morning. Fire weather watches are also in effect across northeast Wyoming, western South Dakota. Officials in Glasgow, Montana, urging residents to limit sparks as gusty winds can cause sparks to travel and flames to grow. An end to the sweltering heat, though, is in sight. A shot of cooler air by this weekend. But that's when those warmer temperatures in the north central states are going to be shifting eastward, reaching into the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, and the Northeast once again. I don't know that we'll be talking any sort of record temperatures there, but yeah, another late summer, early fall shot of very warm conditions headed toward the Northeast. Looking at 11 past the hour. All right, who's checking in out of the box this morning? Hello to Timothy. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Hello, Larry. Yeah, Gilligan's on board. Funny guy. First, second, and third, right? Bama checking in from Gunterville, Alabama. Headed to Oklahoma. Apparently, the parts Zuckerberg needed to fix Facebook and Instagram today were on one of the cargo ships off the California coast. Yeah, right? Maybe so. Everybody have a great day. That's funny, Bama. Good morning from Central Florida, 73 degrees. That's Richard checking in. High pressure pumping. Morning, everybody. Safe travels tonight. David checking in from the Love's Travel Stop in Moorhaven, Florida. Getting his trailer repaired. Have a great show. Thank you so much. Let's see. Captain Ron is on board this morning. Hello to Pappy. Good evening, America. This is still America, right? Okay. Gerald said, Steve, there's a thing I heard yesterday about Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, and Kentucky doing like a DOT random pull you over on the interstate Any updates on that? Honestly, I have not seen anything in regards to that at this point, but I'll do some double checking. See what we can find out here. Bill is on board from South Carolina. Hillbilly Tex checking in. Hey there. Hello to Heat Wave in Barstow, California, where it's 80 degrees. Headed for Southern California, then on back to Northern California. Randolph is on board. Drug Runner. Good morning, Steve, and all the overnight drivers. 65, partly cloudy in Nashville, Tennessee. Keep the rubber on the road. Everybody drive safe out there. Hello to the Monkey Gouger in the house. I believe Monkey Gouger's actually on the line. We'll get to him coming up here. 007 checking in from Durant, Oklahoma at the Choctaw Travel Plaza and Casino. Hey, you're going to make a little donation there, 007? Leave a little money in that casino. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Checking in from Auburn, Nebraska at this hour. Let's see. Morning from Nitro, West Virginia. Kind of foggy down this way. We're at 64 degrees. Hello to, let's see, Malibu. Oh, that's Monkey Gouger. Talking to Lauren Weiss. All right, everybody on board. Big Sexy is in the house. Checking in from Jonesboro, Arkansas. This is his first night out there throwing the papers. 69 degrees, partly cloudy. Headed out to pick up my papers and the mail bags. And the porn star checking in from East Texas. Good to have you with us. All right, let me flip over here. And this is what they as of just a couple of hours ago, this was updated from one of the online security firms. Facebook and its sister properties, Instagram and the WhatsApp, suffering from ongoing global outages. We don't yet know why this happened, but the how is clear. Early Monday morning, something inside Facebook caused the company to revoke what they call key digital records that tell computers and other internet-enabled devices how to find their destinations online. Doug Midori is director of internet analysis at Kentic, a San Francisco-based network monitoring company. Says about 11:39 a.m. Eastern, someone at Facebook caused an update to be made to the company's Border Gateway Protocol, BGP, those records. BGP is a mechanism by which internet service providers of the world share information about which providers are responsible for routing internet traffic to which specific groups of internet addresses. In simpler terms, something this morning, Facebook sometime took away the map, essentially that tells the world's computers how to find their various online properties. As a result, when one types facebook.com into the browser has no idea where to find it. So it gives you the error page. In addition to stranding billions of users, the outage also stranded its employees from communicating with one another using their internal Facebook tools. That's because Facebook's email and tools are all managed in-house via the same domains that were stranded. Not only were Facebook's services and apps down for the public, their internal tools and communication platforms, including Workplace, were all out as well. No one could do any work. According to the New York Times, several I've talked to said that this is the equivalent of a snow day at the company. But this just hours after CBS 60 Minutes aired a much-anticipated interview with Frances Haugen, a Facebook whistleblower who recently leaked a number of internal Facebook investigations showing the company knew its products were causing mass harm and that it prioritized profits over taking bolder steps to curtail abuse on the platform, including disinformation and hate speech. We do not know how or why the outages persist at Facebook and its other properties, but the changes had to have come from inside the company, as Facebook manages those records internally. Now, whether these changes were made maliciously or by accident would be anyone's guess at this point. Midori said it could be that someone just screwed up. In the past year or so, we've seen a lot of these big outages where they had some sort of update to the global network configuration, something goes awry. Now, we obviously can't rule out someone maybe hacking them, but they also could have done this to themselves. Now, that was an update again from just several hours ago. Throughout the day, they were giving updates because this outage went from 11:30 till, I guess it was something about, 6 o'clock this past evening, maybe, Eastern, before things came back up. So it's obviously been kind of a crazy day. That's what we know at this point in time, though. All right, underway on a Tuesday again. Hope your week's off to a good start. Around the country, as always, our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
And if you want to kind of search for the Facebook outage, all kind of different stories, but looking at one tweet that just about 20 minutes ago, 11:30 p.m. Eastern time, from the director for ICT support at Maker University, who says, and I'm guessing this went out to staff and whatnot, ensure you review your privacy settings are okay. We don't know if it was a hack or just an outage on the Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. So, lots of people questioning, was it a hack? Yeah, we don't know. Did Anonymous hack Facebook, asks one user. Details on the theories surrounding the great Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp outage of 2021. Let's see. New York Times. Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp down. Here's what we know. Newsweek had a headline this 7 hours ago. 1.5 billion Facebook users' personal information allegedly posted for sale. Now, that story would have been prior to this outage ever beginning, because that was the first headline I saw of that was like 20 hours ago. So I don't know. It's crazy times we live in, but we'll continue to follow. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to the Jolly Green Giant. What's going on, Jelly Bean?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to talk about a beef that's up my little rear. The grocery chains are so desperate for help, they're putting in more self-serve cash registers. Now, I got to ask the question. If I'm using the self-serve cash register, why not give me a discount? Because I am doing my own scanning and bagging my own groceries. So why not give me a cheaper price on my groceries? It would seem only fitting because I am doing their work for free. So why not give me my groceries? Give me a 10% discount. So I was talking to my wife about this. This is what the grocery chains are doing. They're doing away with cashiers and putting in more self-serve cash registers. So I don't know. It don't seem fair to me, but I think COVID-19 is probably causing part of this. A lot of it, people want to sit at home, don't want to work. You know, thank God for truck drivers because we're sitting on their seat, but we are getting paid to do it, you know. But I just thought I'd bring that point out tonight. You talk about, what makes me sick, as old Earl Pitts used to say, is all these self-serve cashiers, and I'm getting what is that benefiting me? You know? Why should I do your work for you? You're not giving me my groceries cheaper, so why should I stand or even do that?
Yep.
But that's what things are getting to.
That's been the trend. Across the board. You go to your big home, your Home Depot, your Lowe's, more and more of the self-checkouts.
Yep.
You name it. Walmart's really, and Target, they're all going that direction, more of the self-checkouts.
Yeah, I just say that it's not really. And actually, sometimes I like the convenience. That is true. But I walked into my favorite grocery store today, and I noticed they were putting in another 10 or 15 self-serve cash registers. We're doing away with a bunch of cash registers where someone has to check your stuff for you. Well, they're doing away with that, and they're adding more. And I just told my wife that that's what they were doing. So I just thought I'd just throw that out there because that affects everybody.
Yes, it does.
Either way, have a good night, and I will be listening. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
I got the Jolly Green Jelly Bean Giant tuned in tonight. All right, I flip back over here. Let's see. Here we are on a Tuesday morning. The headline is data of over 1.5 billion Facebook users leaked and being sold on a popular hacking-related forum. Reports claim that the reason behind the WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram outage. Let me scroll down a little further here. It says here, data over 1.5 billion users is being sold on a popular hacking-related forum. Data contains users' names, emails, phone numbers, locations, gender, and user ID. Again, that's what the claims report. Some are claiming this is the reason for the outage. Right after the whistleblower, Facebook chose profit over public safety, reveals whistleblower Frances Haugen, I believe is her name. So all kind of posts in regards to that this past day. Facebook has not revealed any specific reason. In a message, the company said, "We're working to get things back to normal as quickly as possible. We apologize for any inconvenience." So just some of the varying posts over the past day. All right, rolling toward news update. Speaking of hack attacks, in the trucking industry, there's an industry publication giant known as Sandhills Global that suffered a ransomware attack, causing the hosted websites to become inaccessible, disrupting their business operations. Now, Sandhills Global is a U.S.-based trade publication and hosting company catering to transportation, agriculture, aircraft, heavy machinery, and technology industries. They publish various printed and hosted trade publications containing industry news, marketplace for dealers to sell related new and used machinery. This would have been starting Sunday. The website for Sandhills Global and all their hosted publications went offline and their phones stopped working. When attempting to access websites hosted on the platform, users are greeted with a Cloudflare login DNS error page, indicating that the Cloudflare was unable to connect to the servers. Numerous sources have told Bleeping Computer that a Conti ransomware attack is behind the outages. Reportedly took place in the early morning hours of Thursday, causing the company to shut down all of its IT systems to prevent the attack's spread. Some of the well-known publications operated by Sandhills that were no longer accessible include Truck Paper, Tractor House, Auction Time, Machinery Trader, Forestry Trader, Motorsports Universe, Crane Trader, RV Universe, the Oil Field Trader, Aircraft, Livestock Market Controller, Aircraft.com. All right, the Conti ransomware gang has been responsible for a wide range of attacks over the years, including numerous high-profile attacks against the likes of JVC Kenwood, the city of Tulsa, Ireland's health service executive, Advantech, and many others. All right, with that, let's get our news break. Bottom of the hour here, and we'll get back to your calls. Want to jump on board? What's on your mind here? A Tuesday coming on. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. I'm Brad Bernards. The head of BioNTech, which makes one of the most common COVID-19 vaccines in the world, said that new vaccines might be necessary by 2022 to combat the next generation of COVID-19 variants. Without mentioning data suggesting that natural immunity may offer better and longer-lasting protection, the executive said that the next vaccine will have to be tailored to forthcoming changes to the coronavirus. President Joe Biden told a reporter that he wouldn't answer a foreign policy question because it would confuse the American people. Biden was asked a question about Ethiopia.
What is more important, that position that Senator Schumer has, or raising the debt ceiling? And then I also have a question for you on Ethiopia.
I'm going to answer one. I'm not going to answer Ethiopia. Let's stick on the debt so we don't confuse the American people.
Biden delivered remarks on the need to raise the debt ceiling on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So indeed got the confirmation this past day, and as anticipated, unable to pass the infrastructure bill in time, Congress approving a 30-day extension of the FAST Act. That was the previous highway bill. Highway reauthorization bill expired there, of course, at that last Thursday night at midnight, right? So marking the first lapse in the Department of Transportation spending since 2010. President signed the extension on the 2nd. It runs through the month of October here. The update from Landline and OOIDA. Over the weekend, Congress approving the 30-day extension, quickly signed into law. That gives lawmakers more time to negotiate the highway bill. We don't expect drivers should see any noticeable changes during this time frame. If you weren't with us last evening, we did discuss this whole conflict, though, is within the Democrat Party over the infrastructure bill and the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill. There are numerous Democrats threatening to withhold support of the infrastructure bill until the bigger $3.5 trillion gets passed. So play the blame game if you like, but then on to the state of Nevada. The Carson City Sheriff's Office is asking for public help in identifying a person who reportedly attacked a truck driver. They're part of a road rage incident, which is happening more and more. This happened on September the 22nd at the Maverick gas station in Carson City on College Parkway. Based on the video evidence and the truck driver's statement, police determined that a suspect drove his car around to the high-flow gas pumps, walked over to the victim's semi-truck, grabbed the truck driver by the throat, slammed him up against the side of the truck. The victim stated the suspect told him his trailer was throwing rocks that hit his car. Then he hit the victim in the face. Suspect described as 5'8" to 6 foot tall, bald, very muscular, looks like a white male. Seen driving a white Cadillac sedan with a custom hood, black hood, and a black roof, a very loud exhaust. If you witnessed the incident or have any information on the suspect, you're asked to contact Deputy J. Dickey. That's at the email would be, I get jdickey@carson.org, O-R-G. Hey, meanwhile, what's going on with the Carolina monkey gouger? I guess you spent your day in a deep depression because there was no Facebook. What to do?
Did you know I didn't even know nothing about 6 o'clock tonight?
Not surprising.
Debbie called me and said, "Have you been on your Facebook?" I said,
"Nope."
Well, I learned about it earlier. I was sitting there eating in Lafayette, Louisiana, and if something come on, they had that Commoners News Network talking about, "Oh, if you can't get on your internet, don't be worried." And I said, "Oh, whatever the hell, what's going on?" I really wasn't interested. And Debbie called me and said, "You can't get on Facebook." I said, "I seen something a while ago about that, but I didn't pay it no attention. I just went on about my business." So anyway, I got to checking around, called Texas, said, "Your Facebook working?" He said, "I ain't got no Facebook." I said, "Oh, okay, all right. Well, then that excludes you." So anyway, Steve, I really didn't know nothing about it until about, really any concrete evidence about 6 o'clock tonight. So I reckon I missed the great Facebook shutdown. But I know who did it.
Who did it?
I know exactly who did it. That guy from My Pillow.
Oh, Mike Lindell.
He had him hack into that thing.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike Lindell done it. But Steve, I witnessed something today that it was, I don't even know how to say it. It bothered me. We got all these illegals coming up here. They want to get them free health care and everything. And I had went out to the truck after I eat, and I had a whistle, and it was driving me crazy, and I knew what it was, but I didn't feel like getting under that hot engine and fix it. So I turned the truck off, and it cooled off. So I was out there tightening up these two clamps on my baffles, on my exhaust for the turbo. This gentleman come up on a bicycle, and I said, "Oh God, please, not right now. And he looked at me and he said, boss man, he said, I know you're busy. He said, but I need help. And I just happened to look down at his hand. And this guy was homeless. He was living under the bridge up there at the interstate. And he had been bit by a brown recluse spider.
Mm.
And Steve, it had eaten his knuckle off right there. You know where you it was the finger, the golden finger. You know. And I looked at it. I said, "Oh my God, man!" I said, "Have you been to the doctor?" He said, "They won't see me. I have no insurance." I said, "You've got to be joking me, man." I said, he said, all I need is $4.49. I said, why $4.49? He said, well, that'll buy me a hamburger and some French fries and a Coca-Cola. I said, well, first of all, let's take care of this hand, then we worry about eating, okay? So I went around and got my first aid kit. I ain't got a real good one. I got one of them $10 jobs from Walmart. And I just give it to him. I said, here, Bo, here's enough stuff in here, and I had a brand new bottle of Neosporin, and I give that to him. And he said, you don't have to do this. I said, yeah. I said, boss, I'm gonna tell you something. My sister got bit by one of them brown recluses when she was a child, and I said she like to die. And I said, you don't know what you're playing with. And I said, the other thing that pisses me off about this thing is they let all these damn illegal immigrants up here. They can just walk into Medicare anywhere and get service, and they turn you down. He said, yes, sir, they turned me down. I said, if you eat today? He said, no, I hadn't eaten. I said, well, come on, get your bicycle and meet me over here at the Whataburger. So I went in there and I told that girl, I said, give him whatever he wants. I said, whatever the man wants, give it to him. So he got him a double and the French fries and a large drink. He was sitting there talking to me, and he said, ain't many people want to help somebody. I said, hey, boy, I'm an American. You're an American. You're down on your luck. You've had some rough time. Everybody falls down on their ass every now and then. But I'll be damned if I'm going to let you lose your hand and not do nothing about it. And he said, well, thank you. So I got up to leave, and I said, he probably needs some $5 or $6. So I gave him $5 or $6 and walked out. And I'm still fuming over this thing, So he come out, got on his bicycle, and I seen him going back up the interstate. He walked up the embankment, drug his bicycle up there, and he was wrapping his hand up when I went by. But, Steve, what the hell? They can take care of these foreigners that don't want to fight for their country and want to come up here and change this one, but an American citizen, I don't know what the guy's problem was. Don't know why he was living under that bridge. I mean, that's irrelevant to what, Why couldn't they give this guy some help when he walked in that emergency room and they seen what kind of trouble he was in? It just infuriated me. But we've been working for the last 24 hours on a deal. We've been real worried about Meteorite Boy. He was talking about he live in the desert and his house gets all matted up with them meteorites falling on his house and everything. And since he lives in the desert, I reckon we don't have them fall on our house. I don't know. But we've been working on a master plan, and we come up with TMD Enterprises. That stands for Tex, Monkey Gouger, and D-Ranger. And I said, we can get rich off this thing. We just market this right. I said, we have designed a pad that will cover all your vehicles. It will cover your roof and everything. Even cover your air conditioner and still let it operate. And you won't have to worry about those meteorites falling out of your house and falling down on your house and collecting up on it and causing hell for something else. And I'm kind of worried about Meteorite Boy. Last night he was talking about he had all these meteorites on his house, and I was really concerned about it. So we went to work on it today. We got it priced where anybody can buy this thing for $29.95. You can buy this full-size mat to cover your house, your big truck, golf cart, whatever you want to cover. And it's got magnetic backing in it, and it collects all these particles that fall out the sky on your house if you live in the desert, and you ain't got to worry about it. And see, we're really taking green on this thing, Steve. We're really going big. We're going after the green initiative and trying to get some, we looked this thing up, and there is actually government grants where they give you money for this stuff. So, I mean, this thing could turn out to be just big, man. I mean, just big. This is probably one of the biggest inventions of the year.
Wow.
And the way we're going to do this is, he said he had to get out there and wash all them meteorites off his house, them particles. And he lives in the desert, and we all know they're having a water shortage out there. So instead of having to get up there and waste good water washing those meteorites off them ragged-ass shingles of his that's coming apart, he can just lay this mat up there, and then once a week, just go up there and flip it off, flip all that stuff off. Man, this is going to be big. What do you think?
Sounds like it has potential, Monkey Coucher.
Yes, sir, buddy. And anybody want to invest it for $29.95, just send the email to text, and he'll get on it. I mean, we got to pay him a little bit because it takes money to fuel him. He got to have them skull busters every day, and we got to donate a little bit to the research department because this was a lot of his ingenuity. He come up with this, and he's even got a picture of one of them where he went out and covered his golf cart up and left it out all night. And he said, "My God, I caught some debris last night on top of the golf cart from this." I said, "That's good. It's working. That's good." So anyway, Steve, TDM Enterprises, watch us on the stock market. We're going straight to the top. And Meteorite Boy, you've done a good deal. And we're trying to help out the desert any way we can. And with Steve, with that, we're going to bump the dock and get up in 4 hours and deliver this here load, and we're done. So it's good talking to you, friend.
Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Back in 2.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I think we pretty well all know that this time of year, October, is really one of the peak times of year for the transportation sector, right? You're getting all the store shelves stocked for the fat man and the sleigh, right? According to the Bloomberg report, it's the beginning of October, the start of what the retail world simply calls peak. But the industry is already in various forms of panic that usually don't take hold until just the weeks before Christmas. Earlier this year, the hope was all these bottlenecks that had gummed up the global supply chain would mostly be cleared by now, but they've actually got worse, much worse. Evidence is mounting. The holiday season is at risk, they tell us. Across Europe, retailers, such as the apparel chain H&M, cannot meet demand because of delivery delays. In the United States, Nike cut their sales forecast after COVID triggered factory closures in Vietnam that wiped out months' worth of production. Bed Bath & Beyond's stock plunging amid shipping woes. Their CEO warning that disruptions would last well into next year. There is pressure across the board, and you're going to hear about it from others. Outbreaks have idled the port terminals. There aren't enough cargo containers, causing prices to spike tenfold from a year ago. Labor shortages stalling trucking, pushing U.S. job openings to all-time highs. And that was before UPS, Walmart, and others embarked on hiring hundreds of thousands of seasonal workers to take on the peak of the peak. Isaac Larian is the founder and CEO of MGA Entertainment, one of the world's largest toy makers. He said, I've been doing this for 43 years. I have never seen it this bad. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong at the same time. Now comes the rush of goods into the U.S. for Santa's sleigh, which will only exacerbate all of this. He says it's going to be a daunting holiday season, one that investors appear to be shrugging off, despite analysts raising concerns that the margins will likely take a hit. The S&P Retail Select Industry Index, which encompasses 108 U.S. companies, including the likes of Amazon, Macy's, and Best Buy, is up about 40% this year and almost double since the start of 20. But all this jubilance clashes with what's happening behind the scenes. Retailers have resorted to buying goods made a couple of years ago to make sure that they at least secure some inventory. Retailers are really having a hard time filling their shelves. I talk to a lot of suppliers, and they're telling me, I just can't fill the orders I'm getting. On the supplier side, Jay Foreman's been making toys with manufacturing partners in China for more than 30 years. He's also saying he's never seen anything like this. His mid-sized toy company, Basic Fun, is on pace for its best year ever, possibly reaching $170 million in sales. There's no shortage of demand. Parents loading up on gifts as the pandemic drags on, but the cargo containers that have left thousands of his Light Brights and Tinker Toys waiting to be shipped. At just one factory in China, he said there's roughly $8 million worth of finished goods that could fill 140 containers. I've got Tonka trucks in the south and Care Bears in the north. We'll blow last year's numbers away. The problem is we don't know if we'll get those last 4 months of the year shipped. The supply chain is a disaster. MGA is willing to pay more than $20,000 per shipping container, up from about $2,000 just 1 year ago. And counts his blessing that he's running a private company that doesn't have to answer to shareholders. He said he's having trouble simply getting goods off the cargo ships in the ports of L.A. MGA recently had more than 600 containers filled with toys like the top-selling LOL surprise dolls, waiting to be unloaded for more than 6 weeks. So here's the problem. All those containers You know, they're full of sporting goods, toys, you name it, apparel that was anticipated being on the shelves may not get there before Christmas even. All right, a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour, news update time. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. What's happening with the Chevy guy this morning?
Or it could be this situation here when it comes to Facebook. You had a whistleblower come on. I watched that on the news before I left the house. And all you had to do is listen to what she was saying. You know, it was talking about hate speech, and Facebook let all this stuff through. But I think anybody that knows, or conservatives know, that no, Facebook has been openly attacking anybody that are conservatives. And ironically, all of a sudden, a shutdown like that, I'm wondering if they installed some, software, hardware, whatever that stuff. I'm talking over my head there. That is going to do even more to lock down. Let's say I don't have any liberals on my page. I mean, they get tore up. I mean, we're all like-minded, you know. But what would it take? Just to take a swath from the finger, and you've totally deleted anybody that has any record of supporting Trump or a conservative. So, yeah, I don't trust anything Facebook does or says. So, it all smells. Like I said, I don't see where the Facebook has to them, I guess hate speech is talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. To them, hate speech is talking about Hillary and her debacle on her computer, being hacked.
Mm-hmm.
That's what hate. So that's what hate speech to Facebook and them people. But it's no problem to take us down. I finally figured out, or had a talk with my wife. She said it was a religious thing that she got bumped off for 30 days off of Facebook. And she said this quote, ISIS ragheads. That's what they bumped her. It was a religious. They said religious hate. They bumped her for religious. I didn't know ISIS was a legit religion, and so it's what
Yeah, but I mean, I guess if she would have simply said something about ISIS or Islamic State, whatever, I think using the term raghead, that's what got her bumped. All right. Hey, pause right there. Hang with us. We'll be back following our news update. We close out hour number 1, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The head of BioNTech, which makes one of the most common COVID-19 vaccines in the world, said that new vaccines might be necessary by 2022 to combat the next generation of COVID-19 variants. Without mentioning data suggesting that natural immunity may offer better and longer-lasting protection, the executive said that the next vaccine will have to be tailored to forthcoming changes to the coronavirus. President Joe Biden told a reporter that he wouldn't answer a foreign policy question because it would confuse the American people. Biden was asked a question about Ethiopia.
What is more important, that position that Senator Schumer has, or raising the debt ceiling? And then I also have a question for you on Ethiopia.
I'm going to answer when I'm not going to answer Ethiopia. Let's stick on the debt so we don't confuse the American people.
Biden delivered remarks on the need to raise the debt ceiling on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot on Friday promised unspecified consequences for city workers who don't meet an October 15th deadline to get vaccinated against COVID-19, even as the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police told its members unvaccinated cops will only be subjected to coronavirus testing starting mid-month, not loss of pay or firing.
Number one cause of death in 2020 of law enforcement was COVID-19, nothing else. It's foolish to be trying to take a victory lap when so much is at stake. But unfortunately, that's in keeping with the leadership of this Fraternal Order of Police. They will be vaccinated.
A new report sheds light on how world leaders, powerful politicians, billionaires, and others have used offshore accounts to shield assets collectively worth trillions of dollars over the past quarter century. The investigation, dubbed the Pandora Papers, was published late Sunday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A nurse at a Philadelphia hospital fatally shot his co-worker early Monday morning, fled the scene, and was shot in a gunfight with police that wounded 2 officers, authorities said. The 55-year-old nurse was wearing scrubs when he shot his co-worker on the 9th floor of Thomas Jefferson University Hospital just after midnight, Philadelphia Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw said at a news conference. The co-worker, a 43-year-old man who was a certified nursing assistant, was later pronounced dead. The Afghan ambassador to the U.S. is losing hope for the women of Afghanistan.
Afghanistan's ambassador to the United States, Adela Raz, has lost her country and her faith in the United States government. Her life's work of liberating women and girls has evaporated. She shared her despair with Axios.
Look, when he first came to office, we were all super excited that he won't withdraw or he will change the deal. And I even reached out to some of my principals and I said, we should not really buy into this la-la land. We should really be serious. I think everybody hoped that he will put a stronger condition, which he didn't.
The ambassador, as well as many around the world, have lost faith in America's leadership role as democracy's beacon of light.
I don't think so. He said, U.S. could not be the police of the world to protect women in any other country. What type of tools are left right now to pressure Taliban? That they respect the human rights.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Hour number 2 as we roll into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Let's see here. Yeah, we all know for months and months now. Well, hell, to this day, you try to post something via the social media platforms in regards to, well, say, hydroxychloroquine. That's taboo. Can't say ivermectin for the treatment of COVID. That's false information, right? That's what they've been telling us, right? Now, I've been telling you, at some point in time, ivermectin's going to get approved. Let me break this down for you. A coronavirus drug developed by Therapeutica Borealis, a pharmaceutical firm in Turku, has been granted a patent by the United States Patent and Trademark Office. The nasal spray contains hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. Oh no! Are you telling me that those drugs actually do something for the COVID? The medical community has been telling us there is no scientific evidence that it does anything. Earlier this year, the company said they received approval for a patent application based on which they expected a final patent this month. The final patent is an important milestone for us on the way to the market. Our next goal is to find an established pharmaceutical industry company with an international business scale. In the press release this past day, the co-inventors of the drug and co-founders of Therapeutica Borealis are Laurie Kangas, an adjunct professor of science at the University of Turku, and Matti Rico, a psychologist, board chair of the Turku Chamber of Commerce and the University of Turku. He's also former CEO of the Razio Food Corporation, known for their cholesterol-lowering products. According to the company, the nasal spray, this is going to be in the form of a nasal spray that acts on cell function in nasal mucus in 3 ways: impairing the ability of the virus to penetrate the body, preventing it from multiplying, thus reducing the risk of serious illness. Another Finnish pharmaceutical company, Rocote Laboratories, has been developing a coronavirus vaccine in nasal spray form, but they're struggling to get financing. Tackling the pandemic requires, in addition to a vaccine, a preventative or an early-acting drug. This drug also helps, especially in a situation where vaccine coverage threatens to remain low, too low for herd immunity. Places like third world countries, if you know what I mean. The firm said the drug's active ingredients, aprotinin, hydroxychloroquine, and ivermectin, are well-known, widely used drugs. But in this product, it's used in a targeted manner in the upper respiratory mucous membrane. All the drug companies covered by the patent are approved for the treatment of other diseases. All the drug molecules, that is. But if used systematically, for instance, as pills or infusions swallowed by patients, the amount of the drug could be high and potentially harmful. For topical use, like nasal spray, the concentration of active ingredients throughout the body will remain low, but sufficient to prevent the passage and replication of the virus, making the drug safer and more effective. If these drugs have no proven scientific effect, which is they've been telling us, to which I would say There are thousands or tens of thousands of people that have died from this damn virus that died unnecessarily. Because these drugs, as we're now finding out, could have and would have made a difference. Why has the likes of the FDA and the CDC and all these so-called professional experts in the world of health been preventing doctors from saving people's lives? And yeah, someone help me out. Didn't Donald Trump at some point in time say that if an individual wanted to use a drug that wasn't per se approved, if they believed it might be able, it's the right to choose? Did he not pass some law in regards to that? You had the right to choose an experimental drug? Yeah, whatever happened to that? I'm very confused. And you should be too, because suddenly a drug, a medication based on hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin may be a game changer in this fight against COVID? Meanwhile, Zuckerberg's personal wealth took a hell of a hit yesterday, somewhere between $6 and $7 billion in a matter of hours. It took him down a notch on the list of the world's richest people after the whistleblower came forward, followed by, hours later, the outages that took Facebook's flagship products offline. A sell-off sent the social media giant's stock plummeting 4.9% Monday, adding to a drop of about 15% since mid-September. The stock slide Monday sent Zuckerberg's worth down to a measly $121.6 billion. That drops him below Bill Gates to number 5 on the Billionaires Index, down from almost $140 billion just a matter of weeks ago. Okay, all right. Oh, I'm only down to $121 billion. I'm broke. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Chevy Guy. Welcome back.
I guess we ought to start a GoFundMe page for him, what do you think?
Yeah.
I mean, how many of us could afford a profit loss like that? No, it just things don't make sense, like you just said. The whole idea is, here's some penny ante drug. Go home, get sicker, and when you can't breathe, or you're so bad off that you feel like you're going to die, come on, and then we'll put you on a ventilator. I mean, it's all pushing this vaccine. It's not about fighting this up front. We've done for a while that, moxichloroquine or like that. You could fight this stuff when it just starts and keep it from getting bad. So yeah, I'm thrilled to hear about that. And ironically, they can't find funding for it. Scratch your head and wonder what, they want to kill us off, I guess. And people think there's too many people on this planet. So there's people out there that decided that a lot of us have to die off, I guess. Back to what I was saying, though, this young lady coming up in it sounds like her testimony's financially hurt Zuckerberg. But I'm sorry, when you listen to her and what she was talking about and hate speech, to me it just looked like it was an offer. Maybe send somebody up there to do that and give you the opportunity to lock Facebook down even further where you won't, because you know very well in this atmosphere we're in right now, say you're Nancy Pelosi, hate speech is anybody that supports Donald Trump or any conservative. So I just keep an eye out on your Facebook page. Maybe you might see a lot of changes, where they're tracking you. I don't put down, I don't, my wife don't, I'd suggest my daughters wouldn't. I don't want you to put down your address or where you live. on anything social media like that. So I don't know what, definitely won't put your bank statements, don't do anything like that. So I'm not sure what they could do other than what they've been doing. I sell your information. Well, let's put it this way. I don't know what in the world they think. I think, Terry, they think it's a female or something. They keep sending me these things that you would be interested in. They're trying to sell me tights and shorts for fat girls. Well, this plus size models. I keep getting ads for that. I'm saying, what did I do to get into that? And I honestly don't know. But hey, I enjoy the pictures. All right, I'm what can I say? There's somebody selling your information. Somebody sold, just like whenever I put in or for a car loan, I know the car dealer running my information and different loan ideas. I already knew who I was going to borrow money from, the bank. But I think he put that down there, and all of a sudden I get all this stuff about car loans on my Facebook page, on emails, and of course the telephone calls have just continuously. I even called him up. I said, "Do you guys sell that information?" He goes, No, we don't make any money off it. You can believe a car salesman. I said, "Well," I just let you know. Ever since I've talked to you, I've been flooded with this stuff. And, I said all that to say this. It don't make sense. I don't think we're getting the whole story on this mess. And I'm truly am expecting the freedom of speech to be cut in half. And in other words, if you're conservative, you're not going to be able to say anything. Liberal, that's not hate speech. It doesn't matter what you say about Donald Trump, or anything like that, or conservatives. So just hang on. We're in for a wild ride. I'm telling you, this next election, if it ain't real, then we've lost it. And we might. I'll leave it at that. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the trip. Thank God. Hey, remember, there's a shortage on toilet paper. Go buy up all you can.
That way you can move some more. He can move some more wood chips. All right. Speaking of the supply, when I was sharing the supply chain shortage thing, you're talking about, could be empty shelves for Christmas. Let's see. Mike said, my neighbor bought and ordered a new 6 to 8 person hot tub back in May. They were originally told delivery would be sometime in September. Got a call today that the delivery now looks like April of 2022. Wow. Hot tubs, swimming pools was another. I know that, when I was looking to get my pool in the above ground earlier this year, that, the installation places and all that we're talking about, there was one that were already booking into 2023 for in-ground pool installations. I mean, that's insanity. Just crazy. All right, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. There's old Brain Dead checking in this morning. How the heck you been?
Hey, you want the truth or a lie, Steve?
Well, give me the good news.
Let's see. I did not win the Powerball tonight, which sucks. I got to check my tickets to make sure I wasn't off by a little bit. But no, I've been doing okay. Just been busy. It was good that you called me today. I sent you some definite nominees, especially the last one that I sent you in a separate email. The motorhome in Joplin, Missouri.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, I'd hate to explain that one to the insurance company. But Yeah, you were mentioning that name. What was it? Ivan Murkowski or Murkursky or something like that? What was it? That drug name you were mentioning?
Oh, ivermectin.
Yeah, see, you know, there for a minute when you read that name, I thought that might have been a new player for the Reds playoff season, but then I remember, oh, wait a minute, the Reds are not in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, they're
again.
not. It's only 170,
Yeah,
177 days till opening day, Brain Dead.
Yeah, did they have the parade this year like they normally did up there in Cincinnati, or did they have to skip that again?
Yeah, I think they had the parade. I believe they did, yes.
Yeah, but I was able to listen to the game Sunday when, I can't think of the Cardinals announcers. His name escapes me right now, but he retired after 50 years of broadcasting. And you know, he also called games with Jack Buck and Harry Carey. So that's a heck of a name to step away from the mic. But just glad my Cards are going to the postseason. We're going up against the Dodgers tomorrow night, so that ought to be interesting.
And that's the wild card that's a one game thing. Is it one or two games now? Did they? Or I couldn't be two. It's a one
game.
One game. Win and you're in. Lose and you're out. In. Okay.
Oh yeah, I had to break up a fight earlier. One of our dispatchers, or one of our new dispatchers there for the city, is a diehard Red Sox fan, and one of my buddies was talking to me before I had to go down and see my other dispatcher. He's a diehard Yankees fan, and I tell you what, it about come to blows up there. I mean, whew, man, I tell you, I'm diehard, but I'm not that diehard. But yeah, it's that interesting time of the year to see what's going to happen. I mean, what happened this year really with Tampa Bay really winning winning the AL really shocked me because they're normally like one of the bottom dwellers. Like, oh, what's that team named? The Baltimore Orioles. That's right. Want to lose 105 games again this year.
Well, how about those Pittsburgh Pirates? They had a great season, didn't they?
They had an up and down season. I mean, I know we took a few from them, but like I said, this all season is going to be interesting to see, and what 2022 is going to hold out for everybody. I mean, it's crazy, but yeah, you were talking about the supply chain. I've got product on order from right at a year ago, if not maybe a little bit more, that I'm waiting to come in from one of my suppliers to the shop, and that I'm having to outsource stuff for my customers to be able to have. In the 20 plus years that I've been in business, in the 36 years that I've been in the hobby, baseball card hobby, I've never seen anything like this ever. I mean, it's insanity.
Well, looking good to hear from you. I'm glad to have some DA of the Week nominees. I was just looking over your. Here's the one he was talking about. Getting a nomination for DA. Reports of a vehicle crash at Racine, Missouri, the railroad trestle over CC just south of Missouri 86. It's actually within sight of the Seneca Rural Fire Department, the main station. And they rushed into action, getting the driver and female passenger emergency assistance. They were in an RV. That's, one of those big bus kind of guys. Big and 13 foot tall. And I guess at full speed ahead, they attempted to go under a railroad trestle that was 9 foot 9 inches clearance. That ain't going to fit by a long shot. Apparently, the female was a 93-year-old passenger. The male driver was 83 years old. Both of them suffered moderate injuries, but Yeah, the video you can see. I mean, if you're talking 9'9", nearly 4 foot of this thing. That's right about head height in the windshield that they slammed into that trestle. What a mess. Yeah, as he was saying, how do you present that to the insurance company? Wow. I guess they're lucky to be alive. Then we had the Lake City man tried to trade in his vehicle this week, but instead of a new car, he ended up with multiple charges. The Lake City Police Department dispatched to the Lake City Chrysler Dodge Jeep to a report of a stolen vehicle. Upon arrival, officers spoke to employees who advised them an individual came to the dealership and was attempting to trade his current vehicle for a new one. Upon checking the vehicle's VIN number, they discovered the vehicle was stolen from the dealership's lot just a few days before. I think someone brought this story up to him, and the dumbass actually stole the vehicle from this dealership and then went to that dealer to try and trade it in. Yeah, police say after being advised of his rights by officers, the customer admitted to stealing the vehicle from the lot. Additionally, a review of the closed-circuit camera system showed the crime occurring. He was arrested, transported to Columbia County Detention Center, charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle, dealing in stolen property, criminal mischief, and petty theft. What a DA. Boy, stupid criminals born every day, aren't they? Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Get to some of our other industry headlines coming up here. Yeah, lots of interesting things to cover here on a Tuesday morning. We were talking about the difficulty of police departments around the country to find officers. The headline out of Austin, Texas this past day, as the police department struggles to work with a dwindling number of officers. Would you believe crime is up? Homicides in the city have reached a record high. And we've still got October, November, and December. I mean, 60 homicides so far this year, the most in the 61 years that they've even kept records. And like I said, we've got nearly 3 full months of the year yet to come. Anyone still think defunding the police was a good idea? Because that's what Austin police did. They stripped like $150 million from the police budget there. And this is the price you pay. More on that coming up. First of all, we'll get our news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. I'm Brad Bernards. The Supreme Court on Monday vacated a lower court ruling prohibiting the federal government from diverting funds from the military to construct the U.S.-Mexico border wall, sending the case back to the lower court for review. President Joe Biden, when he took office, canceled the Trump-era emergency declaration and returned the unspent funds to the Pentagon. Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce discussed Democratic infighting over Biden's spending plan Monday. She believes much of what is in the $3.5 trillion spending bill is sold in terms that the public likes and not for what it really is.
The infrastructure. We talk about infrastructure bills. Well, we really care about infrastructure, but that's not what they're actually selling right now. This is why we care about it, so they use that phrasing. And in the meantime, tree equity is not infrastructure. The ports are.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, if you're going to be rolling through much of West Virginia, much of Ohio, Southeast Indiana, fog is already beginning to develop. According to the National Weather Service here, just within the past hour, which simply says fog has already started to develop and will likely worsen overnight. Visibilities may drop to less than a quarter of a mile locally. Yeah, fog expected to lift by the mid-morning hours, but motorists will need to use extreme caution. Leave plenty of distance ahead of you. and use the low beam headlights. Yep, that's so. Yeah, you've got one advisory up there for the Cleveland area. You got Columbus over to Dayton, all along the I-70 corridor through much of Ohio. Like I said, West Virginia, looking for a lot of fog developing here on a Tuesday morning. Meanwhile, yeah, that brilliant idea. Let's defund the police, see what happens, right? In the 61 years they've been keeping records in Austin, Texas. The next highest year was 1984. They had 59 that year, which was like a 3-year surge. 48 in 2020, 38 in 2019, 35 in 2018. You see the numbers are going up. Sunday, as we wrapped up the weekend, 2 additional homicides brought the city to this new record total. All right, so let's see. According to KVUE, experts attribute a number of reasons to the crime spike, which is also happening in other major U.S. cities. They say the availability of guns is contributing, unrest, instability with the COVID pandemic. But the police force is stretched razor thin. Officer shortages, a large chunk of the budget being cut. Council members, by canceling the police department cadet classes and stripping up to $150 million from the police budget, failed to anticipate the consequences, according to the Austin American-Statesman. Several acknowledge the department is now left with a bare-bones patrol staff suffering unprecedented attrition. The council has reinstated cadet classes, but the first graduates won't hit the streets till next spring. Austin, Texas. Hey, I think here's a brilliant idea. Let's defund the police, Pappy. What do you say?
It's all by design, Steve. This whole defund the police is meant to install fear, cause havoc in this country. All by design, my man. Steve, I saw some today, man. I sent you an email of it. You know, I hate to keep on bringing the whole Baker story up, you know, where the baker refused to bake the cake for that gay couple. You know, how the far left destroyed these people, man. It wasn't enough that they won in court. They bankrupted these people, forced them out of business, ruined their livelihood. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Steve, let me get this straight. You got parents that are showing up at school board meetings, right, to argue the fact and contest the fact of what their children are being taught. So now the teachers union, anybody that does this, they want anybody that does this to be listed as a domestic terrorist, that they should be investigated by the FBI, Homeland Security. They got to use the Patriot Act, whatever they got to do to throw these people in jail, ruin their life, ruin their livelihood, ruin their family. Dave, this is out of control, man. I told you, man, they are out to get anybody that does not tote the line. They're not even hiding it. They are proud of the fact. You're a Trump supporter, you are going down.
They're using the words threats against school officials and teachers, threats of violence. Now, where do you cross the line when you're at a school board meeting and you're adamantly against the likes of critical race theory? That's primarily what these parents and whatnot are so bent out of shape over, what their children are being taught. What do they constitute crossing the line, though, as being a threat of violence? I don't know. I'm not really sure what they're trying to say.
Well, I haven't heard any of the parents in any of the videos I've seen, but if you threaten, to cause physical harm to any of the school board members, you threaten to burn down the school, anything like that would constitute a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Speak in your mind, and Steve, what's it going to, I'm telling you, Steve, they are going to try to bankrupt us all. They're going to cancel your banking accounts. They're going to cancel your credit, debit cards, refuse to give you any kind of loans, a car loan, house loan, refuse to rent you an apartment if they find out you're a conservative. That whole story you just talked about, the ivermectin and these treatments, for COVID.
Yep.
Now it's coming out, Steve, right? Eventually it'll come out. But these people are hiding that from us, costing lives. That's how serious they are, Steve. They don't care. They don't care if we fall over dead. Amazing. We got, right, a lieutenant colonel, what's his last name, Scheller, that spoke out
the one,
on
the one that's
Facebook.
in the brig right now, yeah.
He's in the brig, Steve. They threw that man in the brig. Not only they relieved him for cause 4 hours after he made that video, he announced that he's going to resign his commission. So they refused to accept his resignation and throw him in jail. They want to destroy anybody that speaks out against him. And all he was saying is he wants accountability. Meanwhile, we got this General Miley is posted and put up on a pedestal as a hero by these communist socialist media and others in Congress. Steve, there was a deal over in Iraq. I don't know if you heard about this, but it was Blackwater. Government contractors were over there protecting people in government. And they ended up in a firefight. And there was this vehicle that was coming at them. And they have certain rules of engagement, and they followed all the rules of engagement. But this vehicle kept on coming, so they lit this car up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turned out to be a lady and a kid in there, and then they got killed. Steve, they charged these Blackwater agents, I guess, if you want to call them that, with murder. They were going to throw them in prison for life, Steve. But nothing to General Miley.
Even though he committed, essentially committed treason.
Yes, sir. In my opinion, you call a nuclear power enemy of the United States and tell them, don't worry, if we're going to attack you, I'll give you a heads up. If, in fact, that's what he done. Is that not treason, Steve?
I don't know what else you'd call it.
Steve, they're coming after us, man. I'm telling you. And man, I sure hope we can survive till 2022.
Yeah.
The scary thought when you see newspapers reporting on the fact that you got parents being outspoken in school board meetings. We don't want this critical race theory. We don't want our kids wearing these masks. We don't want our kids having these mandatory vaccines. And in doing so, you're going to get them labeled as a domestic terrorist. and have the FBI investigate. And you know the FBI, they'd be all in it, man. All in it. I don't know, man.
I'm looking at I'm looking at the press release you sent me there from the Department of Justice this past day, and threats against public servants are not only illegal, they run counter to our nation's core values. This is the Attorney General. Those who dedicate their time and energy to ensuring our children receive a proper education in a safe environment deserve to be able to do their work without fear for their safety. So are they saying they don't want to allow parents to have any influence or any say when you have a school board that wants to shove things like critical race theory down the throats of their children?
That's exactly what they're saying, Steve. They're trying to strong arm, parents from showing up and voicing their opinion. You had the federal government trying to step in Arizona when they were going to do when they were actually going to go out and find out where some of these ballots came from, the actual audit, So these people that were going to go out and check these locations out to make sure these aren't post office box or if it's an empty parking lot, you had the Attorney General of the United States threatening these people. If they do that, if they go out and harass anybody, they were going to get locked up.
Scary times we live in, Pappy. Scary times.
Yes, sir. So, tell you what, the old thing that Trump came out with at the beginning, drain the swamp. We need to drain the swamp, Steve.
Yep.
Big time. That's all I got, my man. You have a good night.
Thank you for checking in, Pappy. Yep, enjoying some time off there. Hey, let's get a quick 2-minute timeout. Come back with more. I want to jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Remember a couple of weeks ago when Durham issued a little paper about, and the mainstream media said, all this whole investigation has been just a big much ado about nothing. When the indictment against Michael Sussman. The former chief of staff to President Trump's Pentagon said U.S. Attorney John Durham is set to unveil a massive anti-corruption case in his probe of the Obamagate scandal. During the interview Sunday, Kash Patel said Durham is in the process of preparing a 27-page indictment of mob-style cases of conspiracy and fraud committed against the Trump administration. This recent indictment against Sussman takes up no more than 2 or 3 pages. The fact that this is going to be a 27-page indictment means other top officials are going to be indicted soon. Sussman, of course, found to have lied to the FBI in 2016 to advance that fake Trump-Russia collusion narrative. Patel noted the real collusion took place between the Democrat National Committee and the Clinton campaign, as well as the FBI. He says, quote, I believe within the next 6 months, look out for indictments against folks like Fusion GPS, Glenn Simpson for helping to perpetuate this fraud. Look out for individuals like Lisa Page and Peter Strzok. I believe they're already helping Durham. They're cooperating with him to get the bigger fish like the Andy McCabe, who's the biggest fraudster next to James Comey. He continued on to say Durham is basing his probe on bank records and money flows, adding he will present hard evidence of the Democrat conspiracy against President Trump. I guess we could only hope, because we've waited, and I mean, this was all supposed to come out in the spring or summer of 2020, well before the 2020 election. Can you imagine when it does come forward, if indeed it goes the way Patel's saying it is, what a profound impact that may have had on the 2020 election? We wouldn't be sitting here talking today about bickering over a $3.5 trillion infrastructure, like a budget reconciliation bill. None of this would have been happening. And we wouldn't have Joe Biden sitting in the Oval Office. That would be the fact. All right, let me see. Back to the phones we go. Steve, thanks for calling back. What's going on? Happy Tuesday.
Hey, good morning, Steve. No doubt about that. Would not have Joe Biden in the White House. Speaking of Joe Biden, Steve, on your news break there, he wouldn't answer a question about Ethiopia because he said he didn't want to confuse the American people. What he meant to say, Steve, is that he can't answer 2 questions about 2 different topics at the same time because he gets confused. That's what he meant to say.
Mm-hmm.
So, just to clarify that. The other thing he mentioned today, which I heard, was Peter Ducey from Fox asked him about the harassment of Kristen Sinema at Arizona State University, where she was chased into a bathroom and videotaped. And you know what Joe Biden said, Steve? He said that's part of the process.
Really?
The only people it doesn't happen to is... Yes, he said it, Steve. I'll send you the article.
Part of the process.
He said it in the news conference. Part of the process. Unless you have Secret Service around you, it's part of the process. So I guess it's okay to go around and intimidate and harass United States senators because they're not voting on a bill the way that the Marxists want them to vote on a bill. So they pay agitators to go out there and harass them. They did it to Joe Manchin over the weekend, and they did it to Kristen Sinema. And hopefully these people are going to get locked up for intimidation. I mean, this is stuff that the mafia did, Steve, back in the 60s with the unions. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's just absolutely shocking. That was a great call by Pappy tonight, too, because that's my point. This is all about fear. You know, Obama did this in the 80s, Steve, when he was running for Congress and seats. He was intimidating Republican candidates. In the 1980s, they cornered some guy in Chicago in the restroom. He was a U.S. senator. Scared the living daylights out of him. So he wouldn't show up to a meeting. So this has been going on for a long time. You know, this is what they did in the 30s and 40s in Nazi Germany before they took over. No doubt about it. These are some dangerous and scary times that we are living in. And I'm glad I don't have that Facebook, Twitter, and all that other crap. As far as Mark Zuckerbutter goes, whatever his name is, he can kiss my behind, and I hope he goes bankrupt. I'm glad he lost $8 billion today. Because he's nothing but a communist agitator also. He backs all these Marxists. Him and Dorsey. That's where all this money's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Between the two of them and Soros. You know, so they find out, well, let's see what the senator's schedule is. And, you know, you go meet him. Well, he's going to be on his boat at 2 o'clock this afternoon. They were out there on kayaks. And Joe Manchin knew they weren't from Virginia, that they weren't nice constituents that just wanted to talk to him. He was going to answer their questions, but he knew right away who they were. He said it. They were paid agitators. They're trying to instill fear in them, Steve, for their vote. So one of the things I like to say, Steve, and I've got her number if you let me post it, is as Americans who support America and believe in America and don't believe in bankrupting our country, like Pappy just talked about, we need to call Kristen Sinema's office and tell her that we support her in her not supporting this bill, to stand up against this spending. To stand up against it.
Yep.
That we're behind her. And I guarantee, Steve, if she gets hundreds of thousands of phone calls on her voicemail, she'll know that the American people are behind her. Even though we're conservative and Republican, we can still do that to a Democratic senator. We can call her office and voice our opinion in a respectable way and say, you know what, we support you. So that's what we need to do. And if you don't mind, I'd like to post that number if that's okay.
Sure, absolutely.
The number to Kristen Sinema's office is 202-224-4521. 202-224-4521. So for the thousands of truckers that are out there listening tonight on your station, Steve, we all need to call her office and tell her that we stand by her and not to be intimidated by these Marxists.
Yep.
That's what we need to do. You know, because this thing can't pass. Because if it does, they're going to destroy America. And Joe Biden, he lied today, Steve, up on that stage today. He lied about the debt ceiling. He lied about what the debt ceiling is about. For the last 3-4 years, the debt ceiling has always been raised. And the only reason they raised the debt ceiling is to pay off new debt that we incur. Well, Joe Biden got up there and said, oh, no, we're raising the debt ceiling to pay off all this old debt that we owe. And that's not true, Steve. They're trying to raise the debt ceiling to an unlimited cap so they can spend and send and spend and put this country in a welfare state. That's what they want to do. And Pappy's correct. They want to destroy us. Our bank accounts, our credit cards, you're trying to get a loan, anything to do with a conservative, they want to try and destroy us. So I just pray to God we can make it till 2022.
Yep.
I really pray we can make it that far, Steve. And thanks for taking my call tonight.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
you hear they're actually talking about wanting to just eliminate the debt ceiling. Yeah, not raise it or still have a cap. There's no ceiling. You have an unlimited credit card. Spend what you want. We get a news update. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The head of BioNTech, which makes one of the most common COVID-19 vaccines in the world, said that new vaccines might be necessary by 2022 to combat the next generation of COVID-19 variants. Without mentioning data suggesting that natural immunity may offer better and longer-lasting protection, the executive said that the next vaccine will have to be tailored to forthcoming changes to the coronavirus. President Joe Biden told a reporter that he wouldn't answer a foreign policy question because it would confuse the American people. Biden was asked a question about Ethiopia.
What is more important, that position that Senator Schumer has, or raising the debt ceiling? And then I also have a question for you on Ethiopia.
No, I'm going to answer when I'm not going to answer Ethiopia. Let's stick on the debt so we don't confuse the American people.
Biden delivered remarks on the need to raise the debt ceiling on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot on Friday promised unspecified consequences for city workers who don't meet an October 15th deadline to get vaccinated against COVID-19, even as the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police told its members unvaccinated cops will only be subjected to coronavirus testing starting mid-month, not loss of pay or firing.
Number one cause of death in 2020 of law enforcement was COVID-19, nothing else. It's foolish to be trying to take a victory lap when so much is at stake. But unfortunately, that's in keeping with the leadership of this Fraternal Order of Police. They will be vaccinated.
A new report sheds light on how world leaders, powerful politicians, billionaires, and others have used offshore accounts to shield assets collectively worth trillions of dollars over the past quarter century. The investigation, dubbed the Pandora Papers, was published late Sunday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A nurse at a Philadelphia hospital fatally shot his co-worker early Monday morning, fled the scene, and was shot in a gunfight with police that wounded 2 officers, authorities said. The 55-year-old nurse was wearing scrubs when he shot his co-worker on the 9th floor of Thomas Jefferson University Hospital just after midnight, Philadelphia Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw said at a news conference. The co-worker, a 43-year-old man who was a certified nursing assistant, was later pronounced dead. The Afghan ambassador to the U.S. is losing hope for the women of Afghanistan.
Afghanistan's ambassador to the United States, Adela Raz, has lost her country and her faith in the United States government. Her life's work of liberating women and girls has evaporated. She shared her despair with Axios.
Look, when he first came to office, we were all super excited that he won't withdraw or he will change the deal. And I even reached out to some of my principals and I said, we should not really buy into this la-la land. We should really be serious. I think everybody hoped that he will put a stronger condition, which he didn't.
The ambassador, as well as many around the world, have lost faith in America's leadership role as democracy's beacon of light.
I don't think so. He said, U.S. could not be the police of the world to protect women in any other country. What type of tools are left right now to pressure Taliban? That they respect the human rights.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So after watching several tropical features way out in the Atlantic the last couple of weeks, starting to watch things a little closer to home here. Closer to the U.S., the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean, the Western Atlantic. Conditions will become more interesting over the next several days as a low-pressure system north of Hispaniola gradually moves to the west and northwest. Right now, still dealing with quite a bit of wind shear, so development's still rather low, they tell us, but that wind shear's supposed to begin diminishing as we head toward midweek and latter portions of the week. Tropical downpours, while they could occur as early as midweek, probably will be more numerous toward the end of the week when the core of that low is going to approach the coastal areas. Forecasters also continue to monitor the potential for more development elsewhere in the Atlantic Basin, including near Cuba, Jamaica, and into the Gulf of Mexico, should another system reach at least tropical storm strength. Winds of 39 miles per hour or greater. It would garner the name Wanda. There you go. Wanda is up next on the list. And let me see here. It's 844-844-3388. Before we get back to the calls, a couple of other quick industry headlines. I'm guessing there were probably some pretty substantial backups, delays along the Ambassador Bridge this past day as they shut it down, investigating suspected explosives in a vehicle. It was early Monday. Windsor police closed both directions, linking Windsor, Ontario to Detroit, Michigan, after possible explosives discovered in a vehicle secondary inspection there at the facility. Again, they evacuated the area, then closed the bridge both directions. The Windsor police said no threat was associated with this. This is believed to be an isolated incident. They were still investigating. It was shortly after noontime that the bridge reopened to traffic. But I could only imagine it was one hell of a backup getting across that bridge this past day. It's bad on a normal flow kind of day. But then a truck driver being praised after helping to save an entire high school football team from a bus that suddenly caught fire. This was last week on I-75 in Kentucky. According to the NBC affiliate, truck driver Alvin Edwards was heading down the road. He noticed a bus that was hauling an entire football team had caught fire. No one on board seemed to know. He was eventually able to flag down the bus driver, who brought the bus to a stop. That's when he sprung into action. He said, I said, the bus is on fire. The wheel's on fire. You need to pull the bus over. Grabbed his fire extinguisher, trying to put out the flames. At this point, I see the fire. I say that this ain't going out. It's not going to go out. It's getting worse. Everybody get out. Get off the bus. Everybody get out. Thankfully, the entire team, coaches and the bus driver, were able to exit the bus before any Serious damage was done, and that's all because of one truck driver. The aftermath, though, yeah, that fire did get way out of control. I guess the wheel fire had not yet flattened the tires. The bus could have ultimately ended up in a crash. Who knows what all could have occurred there? So tip of the hat to that particular truck driver there on I-75. Good morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I didn't even know Facebook was down today until my neighbor come over and showed me what they had been having for dinner. Heck, they told me Facebook and Instagram was down. They wanted to make sure I knew what they was having for dinner.
Oh.
Isn't that something? Well, on a serious note on that, I noticed for about a week or so I was having trouble with my Facebook. I'd tap on it, it'd start to come up, and then it'd shut down, and the app was not working. I heard some other people was having that same problem, and I ended up reinstalling my app. If somebody else is having that problem, that's how I was able to solve my problem.
Mm-hmm.
I deal with Lori Lightfoot, or whatever her name is, up there. Well, Beetlejuice. Talking about the police need to get that shot and all that bunch of crap. If I was her, that don't make any sense. I mean, she's lost police officers in droves because of her horrible policies. Now she wants to drive more out. Now, does that make any sense to you, to make their jobs even harder?
No.
I salute our police officers. Hard job to do. It's a crying shame that they've got to put up with this crap. She doesn't back the police in any way, shape, or form. Well, if she is female, I'm not so sure. Some of the pictures I've seen from her, I don't know. Well, did you get that link I sent you? I couldn't find anything more on it about how maybe this is just an old news story about the D.C., the House of Representatives, the court ruling that they will still not have a voting member of Congress. Did you get that?
I believe, yes, I did, yes. I got that email, yes.
Is that a news story or what on that? Do you know whether that's not...
They've been talking about it for some time, trying to make the push is to try and make D.C. an actual state so that they would have a voice, in Congress, another representative. But I guess so that the Supreme Court is saying no.
Well, in the Constitution, if I'm not mistaken, it lays it out. They do not have
Correct.
They're not a state. They don't have any representation in Congress. Of course, our founders, they didn't expect people to move into the city of D.C. like they have in droves. They was expecting that 10-mile square piece of land to be just the housing of the capital of the United States, I'm sure. I don't know how many people are in the city limits of D.C. There's probably a million or more of them. If you've ever been to D.C., there is some nice neighborhoods in D.C., but there is some definite, serious ghettos.
Yes.
Area.
Yep.
I used to go into the food bank for the greater D.C. area, metro area. And to go into this place, you go down this street, and these fine, beautiful homes, people out there walking their dogs in the morning and stuff. And it was literally like you see in a movie. You got down there, they was right beside the metro rail tracks. And you could see the projects on the other side of the tracks. I mean, it was horrific. You could just see, I know you've seen those kinds of areas.
Mm-hmm.
How bad they can get. Well, all right. Well, on a little bit of a lighter note real quick, I've got some big news for Heatwave. I took his lawyer, the finest legal mind in all of Cape and Bridge, West Virginia. I dropped him off at the bus station yesterday country, and he's on his way on the Greyhound down to California to represent him in the speaking ticket. So just remember, Heatwave, GMA Enterprises has come through again to provide you with excellent law services. Well, that's all I've got for now, Steve. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Gilligan. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, let me see here. Look at it, 16 past the hour. Who's next up here? What do you say, Horse Feathers? Hello, Horse Feathers. Okay, I'm not hearing Horse Feathers. Wonder if I clicked on something wrong there. And I screwed up the phones at some point last night as well, remember? I'll try Heatwave, and if not, I'll have to probably go back and reset the phones. What the hell? Hello, Heatwave, you there? Nope. All right, I'll tell you what, we'll get our quick 2-minute timeout, and yeah, I'll have to reset the phones. My apologies. I double-clicked on something, kind of like that time when I clicked on snoozing Knucklebuster for 24 hours. Knocked him offline. So we'll take care of that, come back with more as we roll into the early hours. 5th day of October coming on. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
No worse for the wear. Back up and run him. I see Philip's on the line, so he brought up a story a couple weeks ago about this new technology, these new Russian rockets. And I saw the report that Russia this past day said they successfully test-fired their new Zircon hypersonic missile, this time from a submarine. Video footage shows the 6,670 mile per hour rocket being fired from the nuclear-powered sub before streaking into the night sky. The weapon first was launched from the surface in the White Sea, successfully hit a target in the Barents Sea. According to the Russian Defense Ministry, Russia claims this is the unstoppable Mach 9 missile, is able to evade all Western defenses. Now, the Russian Navy carried out the first tests of the hypersonic missile from the Severodvinsky nuclear submarine. Missile was test fired at a conditional sea target in the Barents Sea. And they said it was a successful test. Russia said last week they had completed flight tests of the New Age missile from a frigate. Being able to fire it from a submarine adds extra mobility to the already terrifying weapon. Another submarine test launch is planned this year. Russian announcement follows the Pentagon last week saying the U.S. had tested an air-breathing hypersonic weapon capable of speeds faster than 5 times the speed of sound. China and North Korea are also developing hypersonic missiles. It's pretty much a new nuclear arms race taking place. Pretty scary stuff, Philip, but yeah, 6,000 plus miles per hour, that's just unreal.
Yeah, that's up there. That's almost like that Blackbird. Remember that plane?
Yes.
That's that kind of stuff. And what's crazy about the hypersonic is with a nuclear-powered rocket, you got that as ordnance as well, and then you could put what ordnance you want in it. So that's crazy stuff there. They're testing, and they're not talking about it, but their testing also had they destroyed a town in Russia by accident with one of those. They ain't going to talk about that one, but yeah, it's bad stuff, Steve. It's not something you want to see every day.
Mm-hmm.
But taking it to a different game now. So I don't think the Cold War's cold anymore. I think we're getting a little hot. What do you think, Steve?
Sure sounds like it. World War III will be ugly. Yes,
it will. I mean, well, with the ICBMs we used to have years ago, and we still got them. I forget what my friend that was with the Air Force told me, but I think if they did everything with an ICBM, everything would be done in probably about 30 minutes. With these things, it'd probably be less than 5. You're talking about going off a sub. They said they're in the Bering Sea, right?
Barents Sea.
So Bering Sea is between Russia. Bering Sea is between Russia and Alaska. So, it wouldn't take much to get down to here at all. 6,000 miles an hour, they could be in California before you know it and wouldn't even blink an eye. That's crazy stuff there. Think about this, Steve. North Korea. If North Korea had one of those, think how long it'd take them to hit California from North Korea. Wouldn't be long, would it?
Mm-hmm.
How many miles is that, Steve? So, and even you put a sub in the Pacific Ocean, you could be in New York before you know it. You wouldn't even have to be in the Atlantic to cover that. You can just look at how many miles to L.A.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't take no time at all. So, yeah, it's pretty scary stuff there. But I was hanging out listening to this. What happened with the phones there, Steve?
I don't know. I double-clicked on something, and it just didn't want to work.
I know when you had a GMA on there, he after he hung up, I heard something say something about click *3 or something like that, and then after that, that's when the problem started. And I heard you pick up horse feathers. I heard horse feathers, but I guess you couldn't hear him.
Nope.
I could hear him,
Nope.
and then I heard heat wave.
Okay, so they were there,
yeah.
right? Okay, I've done that
they were there.
once or twice now. I've done that. It's It's when you double click on the mouse to drop the previous call accidentally.
Yeah, they were on there, both of them. Heatwave and Horse Feathers were both on there. But after your call with Gilligan, it threw up some kind of, because I'm listening to you over the phone, you know, and it threw up something about click star. It said click star, and it said something after that. And I don't know if that was on Gilligan's end when it hung up or if it was on your end when it hung up. So, but anyway, it sounds like you got her straightened out there.
Yep.
What do you think about our storms out there? Have you seen any more about Sam?
What Sam is pretty much riding off into the sunset, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what's interesting is pull up the map from the National Hurricane Center, and Sam is not going to be downgraded until after it goes past Canada, and it'll be a storm. It's going to be in like that bay up there between the North Pole polar area and Reykjavik up in there in Iceland. It's still going to be a storm. It's just going to hang out in that little bay up there. It kills itself. It's crazy. I was looking at the report last night about it. It's going to be a hurricane all the way past Canada. That's crazy. It'd be that far north, a hurricane going that far north.
Yeah.
I've never seen nothing go that far north. Usually when they go that far north and they stay strong, they go over towards Ireland and England. And I've never seen it go in. It's actually going to go into, there's like on the North Pole area, the polar area up north, there's a bay that's in between the ice or the land, I should say, the land and Iceland. And it's going right in that bay area up there. Crazy stuff. I guess Victor is kind of dissolving. And we've got an area that's off of us that's going to develop that might give Chevy Guy and Monkey Gouger and those guys over in South Carolina, might give them some stuff. But I don't think it's going to be anything major. So hopefully we start getting these fronts through here and that cold dips down, we'll get rid of that stuff, you know what I mean?
Yep, right.
But that's all I got to say today, bud. I hope you have a good day, and I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Glad to hear that your day didn't come to an end or your world didn't come to an end thanks to Facebook going down for 7 hours. It's the end of the world. Oh, yeah, I meant to ask him about old Captain Kirk going into space here next week, apparently. Well, to the edge of space, right? Because he's going to be the Blue Origin announcing yesterday that William Shatner will blast off from the West Texas on October the 12th. At the age of 90, William Shatner, a.k.a. Captain Kirk, will become the oldest person in space. He will join 3 others, 2 of them paying customers, aboard the Blue Origin capsule. Bezos was on the debut flight back in July, along with his brother, and the youngest and oldest to fly in space. Shatner's going to break that upper threshold by 6 years. Yeah, I've heard about space for a long time now. I'm taking the opportunity to see it for myself, he says. Now, that this up and down jump, space hop, I guess you'd call it. It lasts about 10 minutes, reaching no higher than about 66 miles. But all right, there you go, next week. All right, news break time here. Want to jump on? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. I'm Brad Bernards. The head of BioNTech, which makes one of the most common COVID-19 vaccines in the world, said that new vaccines might be necessary by 2022 to combat the next generation of COVID-19 variants. Without mentioning data suggesting that natural immunity may offer better and longer-lasting protection, the executive said that the next vaccine will have to be tailored to forthcoming changes to the coronavirus. President Joe Biden told a reporter that he wouldn't answer a foreign policy question because it would confuse the American people. Biden was asked a question about Ethiopia.
What is more important, that position that Senator Schumer has or raising the debt ceiling? And then I also have a question for you on Ethiopia.
I'm going to answer when. I'm not going to answer Ethiopia. Let's stick on the debt so we don't confuse the American people.
Biden delivered remarks on the need to raise the debt ceiling on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, I guess they were trying to be the Grinch that stole Christmas early in California. Two arrested after the theft of a tractor trailer full of children's toys last week in Los Angeles. And the two individuals were arrested the day after stealing the vehicle, according to the Fontana Herald News. The owner of the rig contacted police to let them know the rig had been stolen. But they said, hey, it's got a GPS on it. With the help of the GPS, officers were able to locate the stolen rig, where the truck in question was parked in plain view. Officers then conducted an occupied vehicle check, discovered two men inside. Neither individual had permission to possess the tractor trailer. Both arrested on charges of possession of a stolen vehicle, conspiracy to commit a crime. Both men, you had 32-year-old Antonio Garcia and 21-year-old Jose Despargames, booked into the West Valley Detention Center. Police still investigating and urge anyone who has information to contact investigators with the Fontana Sheriff's Office. But, you know, all's well that ends well there, I guess, because they got the toys back, right? Then a new study from the American Automobile Association, as we know, AAA, shows that almost 25% of motorists out there don't even know that there is a slow down, aka move over law. Well, maybe that explains why so many don't move over. According to the same study by AAA, 42% of drivers know about the laws but don't follow them. In light of these statistics, officials are urging anyone behind the wheel of a vehicle to remain vigilant. Follow these laws for the safety of everyone. You could literally be saving someone's life. Right now we have a family in Washington mourning the loss of a driver who died just a week ago. If people would have complied with the slow down, move over laws, he'd still be alive. That man was killed by a semi-truck, nonetheless. Since July, 3 AAA tow truck drivers have actually been killed on the side of the road. AAA suggests drivers move over and slow down at least 5 miles per hour under the posted speed limit whenever you come across someone on the side of the road. But if I understand those numbers, if 25% aren't even aware they exist, and then 42% are aware but don't follow the damn rule, I'm tabulating somewhere in the 70-plus percentile that don't move over. No wonder. Hey, by the way, if you're looking to purchase some Hot Shot Secret, got a couple of deals going right now at the retail level. Advanced Auto Parts has $3 off their everyday diesel treat squeeze through the end of October. Tractor Supply, you may not need it yet, but you know what? We're starting to get ready for the colder weather. They've got the diesel winter anti-gel, $4 off on the 16-ounce bottle, now through the day after Christmas. Again, that's at Tractor Supply stores. Maybe stock up now. Who knows? The way store shelves are being emptied out, you better get it while you can, right? All right, coming up next weekend here, this Friday and Saturday. I guess this is going to be a big one. Hot Shot Secret will be on location. This is the Outlaw Diesel Super Series Rudy's Fall Truck Jam, Piedmont Dragway, Julian, North Carolina. Kyle's going to be there with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. It is the final stop on the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, the grand finale of the season-long series points race, culminating at Piedmont Dragway. After traveling the country all season, the series returns to where it all started in the fall, and all the class champions will be decided. The fastest diesel drag racers in the nation will be there, including many of the Hot Shot Secret-sponsored racers who are looking to make a clean sweep of every class championship. It's always a great event to end the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, the season there. You don't want to miss this one. Rudy's Fall Truck Jam, Piedmont Dragway, and of course, make sure to swing by the Hot Shot Secret booth. Say hello, maybe pick up some T-shirts, some hats, some product. That's what they're there for. So looking forward to that. You know, the second to the last race that was supposed to, I think it was in Florida, due to the weather in the Florida Panhandle several weeks ago, they had to cancel that event. So that actually, I think the Hot Shot Secret S10, world's fastest diesel, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10, they were looking to have some maintenance work done, and were kind of concerned about that race that actually got canceled. That gave them plenty of extra time. They should be, knock on wood, back in top form for this weekend. And we could, again, see an actual sweep of all divisions with Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. How cool would that be? It's about 18 before the hour. All right, back to the phones. And Philip, I'm going to jump back to Philip. Take two, Philip.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, I'm back again. Hey, that's a good deal about Shatner going up. I just wish he was going up on SpaceX instead of that Blue Origin thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's 90 and all that. I get that. I mean, but I don't think he's going to go up long enough to enjoy it myself. But I'm glad to see he's going up there. Hey, if that lady can go up with Bezos, I'm pretty sure that it won't be a problem for Mr. Shatner.
Yeah.
So too bad he won't have Scotty there, though. Scotty can help him out and keep it going. So that's good. So, but you know what? I live pretty good without Facebook myself, Steve. I don't know how you do, but I do pretty good without it. What do you think?
Well, I did. It wouldn't ruin my world if it went away, but so.
I've got an Instagram, and I'll tell you what, I've looked at that Instagram probably in the last year. I've probably looked at it 4 times. Same way with I'm on which one is it? The one with the tweets.
Twitter.
I'm on that
Twitter,
one.
yeah.
And Twitter. I've looked at it. It just goes to show you how much I care about it. I can't even remember it. Social media is not my thing. I mean, I can live. I could actually live without a smartphone. I don't even need a phone. Period. But I know how to. I was back before there was a phone, so I know how to deal with it. I know a lot of us do. With the older guys, I'm pretty sure Moose could do it. I know he would love to do that sometimes. Especially now with things the way they are, he's in good shape. He can just hang on his big bus and go where he needs to go. But that's pretty much all I got to say. But I am glad that Shatner's in it, and hopefully everything turns out all right for him. But I'm just not a big fan of that Blue Origin tourist thing. I think if you want to get up there, you really want to get up there. And by the way, before I go, just to let you know, I forgot to tell you this. It came out yesterday. The environmental study from the FAA for Boca Chica came out, which is a big deal for the Starship program, because now the FAA has settled on how the lay of everything's going to look, how they're going to have the launch pads. All that stuff is in this environmental report. It will also talks about how many times they're going to be launching a year, which they said they're going to be launching 5 times a year with the Starship. They're not going to be launching that much to start with, but they're going to up it up as soon as the facility gets finished. Mm-hmm. They're also adding another pad. They're adding another landing zone as well. And they're going to use the complete property. The complete property is booked up as far as what they're going to do with it. So pretty interesting stuff. Is a major goal that SpaceX had to go through yesterday. And also they got a new crane coming over, and it's getting there, but we don't know how long it's going to be. But it's pretty interesting stuff what they've got going on out there. There's a lot more things coming about with the orbital launch facility. So keep an eye on that on not Facebook, but You too, Steve. So
Will
that's
do.
pretty much all I got to say, bud. You have a good one.
All right, thank you for checking back in there. All right, Philip in Florida. There's, see, take two. Horse feathers, would that be you?
Well, that sounds a little better.
There you go.
What morning, Your Honor? What do we have, a Facebook moment here?
It's called operator error. Operator error, and I take the blame.
All right. You could have passed it off as a Facebook moment there, got away with it. But anyways, hey, speaking of issues there, the Android app there has been cutting out. I've had to go back and open the tablet back up, and you go through the home page, and you got to get to the apps and get the app back opened up, and then push play again. So I don't know if other people were having troubles with the Android app, but I switched it over to YouTube, and it hasn't had any issues with YouTube since I did that. So, but anyways, I don't know if anybody's. And I haven't checked the iHeart app because I can't use the iHeart app and the phone all at the same time.
Yeah, the iHeart doesn't run when we're live anyway. I think that's only for the podcast, if I'm not mistaken.
I meant the Apple.
The Apple. Okay.
The ISO app, not the Apple, not the not iSuck, not the iSuck app. No, as Red Mule would call it. But anyways. So what do we got going for you here? I was going to tell you we had some weather. There's some thunderstorms up there, southern New York County there. We had showers moving through, and they pretty much all cut off there at the Mason-Dixon line, which is kind of a normal thing. I don't know what the deal is with the Mason-Dixon line, but it's a pretty good dividing factor for weather. It seems like you cross the state line, which is the Mason-Dixon line between Pennsylvania and Maryland, and it's amazing the difference sometimes you can have in the weather. But anyways, wanted to thank a bunch of the people that apparently listen to your show or follow you on Facebook or wherever else they do that they've already had some contributors there to my Make-A-Wish donation page. So thank you to everybody that's done that, because it's already well and on a great roll compared to what I normally have by the time I get started. So
that's good.
We're off to a good start here. So anyways, did you hear the mayor of Baltimore has COVID?
That I did not, no.
And fully vaccinated. He caught COVID. Can you imagine that happen?
No.
I don't know. How does that happen, Steve? I thought we're supposed to be safe with the vaccination and masks and all that stuff. And I don't know.
I mean, are you hearing in our news breaks how they're saying the CEO of the vaccine manufacturer saying that next year we're going to have a new vaccine. It's going to have to be a different vaccine to keep up with the quote new strain, whatever this thing's going to morph into next. I'm just curious as to how they're going to do that, since we've now injected millions of people with an mRNA vaccine designed to counter the original strain, which supposedly is doing a fairly decent job against the Delta. But whatever the next mutation is, they're going to need, as he said, a new vaccine. Then how do you start combining all these different vaccines, and what might the interaction from the old with the new be? And I'm assuming we're going to have to do this with very little time to study the interaction.
Yeah, more than likely, but I think it all comes back to the point that you're going to be done with the other vaccines. So, how do pharmaceutical people make money, Steve? Well, they develop new vaccines and they sell new vaccines. So if you don't have a reason to have a new vaccine, then how are they going to keep making money? I don't know. I think it's all about the money at this point. So, anyway. But I don't know. What else we got going for you? I had a couple other things. Trying to remember now. You got me all kind of tossed off my game. Hey, I got a question for you. When you're going down the road and you cross over a river and you look off to the side and you see a dam, are you looking at the front side of the dam or the back side of the dam? Because it's the front side of the dam, the side that holds the water, or is it the side that you're looking at that doesn't have the water? Because sometimes when you're thinking, you think it's the back side the dam holds the water back, but it really isn't the front side that holds the water back. Maybe that's a knuckle buster question.
Things that
Maybe
make you
that's an
scratch your
knuckle
head
buster.
and wonder. Things that make you go, there's a good stupid question for the week. We haven't asked Knucklebuster a stupid question in a few days. I'm thinking the side that the water is on, holding the water back, is the front side of the dam, though.
Yeah. Anyway, so do you think Jeff Foxworthy should start that "Are you smarter than a fifth grader" thing again, and maybe invite Joe Biden? Because apparently Joe Biden is he's the one that can tell what the American people are able to be confused with and about, because he knows what questions he should answer or not. That's pretty interesting that he doesn't want to confuse, that our president doesn't want to confuse us. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, you reckon he was instructed to take questions on nothing but the debt ceiling. That's it. That must have been the last words he heard in his little earpiece. No questions about anything except the debt ceiling.
Yeah, but I think his rationale and reasoning for why he wasn't going to answer that question was a little bit off. But we'll see how that plays out.
Well, we all might get confused.
Hey, what was that report there we got coming out now? You said there was that report. I forget what the guy's name is. I don't know why I do that, but you got that report coming out about Trump and all that.
The Durham report.
You were mentioning that.
Yes,
the Durham report. There you go. Do you think that's going to get buried somewhere? Do you think they're going to have to bury that, or something's going to happen to it? Maybe the files will get deleted or something. Something's going to happen to it just before it comes out, because they just can't have something like that come out. And if you remember what the Democrats did, remember back, I think it was the primaries leading up to the 2016 thing there where Hillary got to be the candidate. Do you remember what they did to Bernie Sanders and all the places he won? Do you remember how many super delegates he got that whole primary season? Do you remember how many super delegates he ended up with out of that whole deal? I think it was like 0.
Was it? Okay. Yep. With all the victories that he had, he got none. Okay.
Yeah. So you don't think there was any, messing with the votes or, screwing with things, and, I don't know. Just, we get a few more years down the road, and we've had so much stuff come along, we forget what happened in our past. Hard to remember everything and bring it all back up. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of improprieties there to be looking over and see what's going on. But yeah, it definitely would have been nice to have the Durham report out when it was supposed to have been, because as you say, it would have put the whole perspective of where we're at now in a whole different light.
Yes, it would.
So anyways, but no, I guess that's about what we got going for you. And again, thanks again to all your listeners and everything that you and Chris, without Chris doing everything he did to get, this whole platform started, you being here, because I didn't get any response, when you were over on the other station there and you posted up on that, we really didn't get much of any responses out of that. So this platform here is certainly a different, way to, I don't know if it's a different way to go about it, but it certainly brings it to a different light and, brings it out. So greatly appreciate that. I know all the kids appreciate it. So we're all for that. So anyways, hey, with that, we'll let you go and see if you can find that meteorite boy. You lost him too, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yeah, we'll get him coming up here. News update, just a matter of minutes away. We were speaking of crowning champions in the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. Let's get some of our NTPA champions were crowned here recently. Let's get the full report.
Islands Pete is the class of the heavy haulers. A trailer maker's daughter wins the big bucks with her deer, and a championship season reaches its end at the Enderley. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Let's pick up where we left off in last week's report with the final 4 divisions to hook at the 34th Annual Enderley Pull-Off on Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio. Catch the Enderley pull-off replay at ntpa.tv and complete results at ntpapull.com. In 20,000-pound super semis, Pat Island's just passing through in class. Peterbilt finished its pass in a shower of sparks from the bell housing. Fortunately for that touchy clutch, it's one run and done in Urbana and was enough to top Brian Ellithorpe's Nicky's Nightmare, Ryan DeBrue's Playing with Fire, Tom Island's Keep On Truckin', and Ben Gordon's Let Her Rip Tater Chip. In 10,000-pound Pro Stock, the Mack trailer team of Julia Ray and Dad Mike Connie were the best of the bunch. Julia's Mack Daddy John Deere got the win, and Mike's Mack Nasty second place, ahead of Mark Lawyer's Wrapped Up, Danny Schmucker's Rampage, and Tim Kane's Red Gambler. In 6,200-pound two-wheel drive, the youngest champ in GN history, Clay Chastain, nearly set another record. His 392.215 aboard the Fistful of Dollars Ford was, at that moment, the second greatest distance in Enderley history. Jesse Petro took second and fourth with Buckeye Holler and Kathy's Complaint, intermingled with Christy Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It and Chad Haggerty's Hillbilly Hot Rod. And in Unlimited, seconds after Chastain's winning run, Joe Ader's Polar Air bested it on the opposite track by 3/16 of an inch. That was enough to distance Chuck Knapp's Screamin' D, Dave Richardson's Foursome, Mark Cole's Gambler, and Ricky Rose's Giddy Up. The 2021 regular season will meet its end in a couple of weeks at the Southern Showdown at the North Carolina State Fair in Raleigh, presented by the United Pullers of the Carolinas, for the first and last Region 4 action of the year. Details are at ntpapull.com and upocpulling.com. And now, let's take one final opportunity to recognize the efforts of the Grand National Champions of this welcome back year. Many of you will see these hometowns large and small on reflective signage up and down the interstates, and we hope you think of NTPA Truck and Tractor Pulling when you do. Light Superstock, Jason Hoopman of Corfu, New York, and Rex Kuhn of Morristown, Indiana, with the Commander Ford 6000. Superstock Diesel, Travis Schlabach of Marengo, Iowa, with the Bone Twister International 1066. Superstock Open, Bob Gansmere of Platteville, Wisconsin, with a Rutten Deere John Deere 7720. Super Farm, Ryan Anderson of Hoopston, Illinois, with the Checkin' Out International 1206. Pro Stock, Rob Russell of Prescott, Iowa, with the Workhorse Pro Case IH 225. Two-wheel drive, Clay Chastain of Brownstown, Indiana, with a Fistful of Dollars Ford. Four-wheel drive, Carmen Foster of Fairgrove, Michigan, with a Foster Child Chevrolet. Superstock Diesel 4x4, Justin Gerhardt of Circleville, Ohio, with the Cream of the Crop Dodge. Super Semi, Brian Ellithorpe of Bridport, Vermont, with a Nicky's Nightmare Kenworth W900. Modified Mini, Ken Veeney of Wadsworth, Ohio, with Funny Little Farmall. Light Unlimited, Steve Bollinger of Taylorville, Illinois, with Money Pit. Modified, Brett Berg of Farmington, Minnesota, with the Rink Seed Moneymaker. And Unlimited, Joe Ader of North Collins, New York, with Polar Air. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and...
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Brad Bernards. The head of BioNTech, which makes one of the most common COVID-19 vaccines in the world, said that new vaccines might be necessary by 2022 to combat the next generation of COVID-19 variants. Without mentioning data suggesting that natural immunity may offer better and longer-lasting protection, the executive said that the next vaccine will have to be tailored to forthcoming changes to the coronavirus. President Joe Biden told a reporter that he wouldn't answer a foreign policy question because it would confuse the American people. Biden was asked a question about Ethiopia.
What is more important, that position that Senator Schumer has, or raising the debt ceiling? And then I also have a question for you on Ethiopia.
I'm going to answer one. I'm not going to answer Ethiopia. Let's stick on the debt so we don't confuse the American people.
Biden delivered remarks on the need to raise the debt ceiling on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot on Friday promised unspecified consequences for city workers who don't meet an October 15th deadline to get vaccinated against COVID-19, even as the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police told its members unvaccinated cops will only be subjected to coronavirus testing starting mid-month, not loss of pay or firing.
Number one cause of death in 2020 of law enforcement was COVID-19, nothing else. It's foolish to be trying to take a victory lap when so much is at stake. But unfortunately, that's in keeping with the leadership of this Fraternal Order of Police. They will be vaccinated.
A new report sheds light on how world leaders, powerful politicians, billionaires, and others have used offshore accounts to shield assets collectively worth trillions of dollars over the past quarter century. The investigation, dubbed the Pandora Papers, was published late Sunday. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A nurse at a Philadelphia hospital fatally shot his co-worker early Monday morning, fled the scene, and was shot in a gunfight with police that wounded 2 officers, authorities said. The 55-year-old nurse was wearing scrubs when he shot his co-worker on the 9th floor of Thomas Jefferson University Hospital just after midnight, Philadelphia Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw said at a news conference. The co-worker, a 43-year-old man who was a certified nursing assistant, was later pronounced dead. The Afghan ambassador to the U.S. is losing hope for the women of Afghanistan.
Afghanistan's ambassador to the United States, Adela Raz, has lost her country and her faith in the United States government. Her life's work of liberating women and girls has evaporated. She shared her despair with Axios.
Look, when he first came to office, we were all super excited that he won't withdraw or he will change the deal. And I even reached out to some of my principals and I said, we should not really buy into this la-la land. We should really be serious. I think everybody hoped that he will put a stronger condition, which he didn't.
The ambassador, as well as many around the world, have lost faith in America's leadership role as democracy's beacon of light.
I don't think so. He said, U.S. could not be the police of the world to protect women in any other country. What type of tools are left right now to pressure Taliban? That they respect the human rights.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So I heard him talking about the Chicago police, the vaccine mandates. You know, around the country, they're kicking in, right? Deadline, you're out of a job. Vaccine requirements for teachers and other staff took effect in New York City's public school system yesterday. A key test of the employee vaccination mandates being rolled out all over the country. According to de Blasio, he said about 95% of the public school staffers had received at least one vaccine dose as of Monday morning. Now, since they issued the mandate, I guess this is how many thousands that they essentially forced or convinced to go ahead and get the shot. 43,000 got shots since the mandate was announced. De Blasio says, our parents need to know their kids will be safe. They entrust us with their children. That's what this mandate is all about. Every adult in our school is now vaccinated. That's going to be the rule going forward. All right, unvaccinated school employees placed on unpaid leave. They're not allowed to return to work this week. They said they're going to bring in substitutes where they need. They said yesterday they didn't know exactly how many employees had declined the shots, and they had to put on leave yesterday. Meanwhile, the same day, New York State's largest health care provider, Northwell Health, fired 1,400 employees. According to a spokesman, as with other healthcare companies that have recently terminated workers for not complying, the fired employees represent a small percentage of our workforce, all of whom were inoculated. New York's vaccination mandate for healthcare workers went into effect last week. You've got several other states, including California, that have similar measures. All right, Northwell announced the vaccine mandate as well in August, weeks before the state requirement. Our goal was not to terminate employees. Our goal was to get people vaccinated. He said the terminations will have no impact on patient care at the 23 hospitals and other facilities they operate. We regret losing any employee under these circumstances. We owe it to our staff, our patients, and the communities that we serve to be 100% vaccinated against COVID-19. Losing jobs. Morning, heat wave. What's happening?
Good morning, senor.
Or should I say,
the roads are slick here, and
what's happening, meteorite guy?
you too, Brute. I'll tell you what, the roads are slick here in some parts of Los Angeles. They had a semi lose control here on the 210. There at I think it was the Lincoln Avenue. So you had to get off the Lincoln Avenue exit because they got it shut down and get back on. Yeah, I didn't realize a semi could stretch that far across from the left lane to the right lane on a 4-lane highway. It was probably swift. I mean, you've seen videos of them clowns doing some stupid stuff. So, but anyways, I digress. Monkey Gouger, dadgummit, I heard you earlier this morning. I got one thing to say to you.
Uh-oh.
There, said it. All right. Gilligan, listen, I've talked to the Barstow judge, and he's going to give me the key to the jail cell so I can just go ahead and spend 3 days there. Your legal team represents me. I'm probably going to be in for a lot longer than 3 days. So thank you. And horse feathers. Dadgummit, boy, I'm going to have to call you horse apples. Showing us a video of a store shed getting lifted by a forklift and nothing but rattlesnakes underneath that damn shed. All right, please. It's bad enough I've got a damn bull snake running around. I don't need to know nothing more about rattlesnakes. I know they're running around my neck of the woods too, but dadgummit, Well, it's a good thing I'm driving now. I'll sleep better during the daylight because I know I won't be able to have to worry about seeing them little buggers, but dadgum. Beetlejuice is laying down the law. Well, that's the only law she can lay down since she's just lost the respect of all the police officers there in Chicago. I want her fact checked. Was COVID-19 the leading cause of police deaths in 2020?
Yeah, that was a true statement. Yes, it was. Yes. And it is this year, too.
Well, I mean, could there be extenuating circumstances as well? Like, I don't know, too many donuts, too much sugar in the coffee,
comorbidities.
accident,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, comorbidities. There you go.
Yeah.
You can't believe local, state, nor federal government because they have sold so many lies down the river. And even when they tell the truth, like that case just now with Lori Lightfoot, how do you know she wasn't just making that crap up? How can you trust them to tell the truth when they don't tell the truth all the time? It's beyond me. And Biden thinking we're stupid. Oh, I got news for that old goat. He was born brain dead. He just lucky to have a silver spoon shoved somewhere I can't say on this format. But I mean, he's been in office for 50 years of a one sort of another. What the hell has he done besides destroy a once great country? So, y'all know my opinion about Biden and jackasses, Democrats in general. It ain't very good. I haven't met one yet that I think I could have a polite discussion about politics without something being said so damn stupid by the other side. It would just absolutely end that conversation. So, anyways, Always Moving was saying something about the balloonist having to have pilot's license, and I shared the newscast from KOB4, the NBC affiliate there in Albuquerque, on the multiple Facebook outlets. She's talked about them needing to have a pilot's license, and I had said, yeah, they do. But one thing I had forgot to mention is, they just don't go up saying, oh, sky looks clear, let's go. They have 10 pilots already set up to do what they call a dawn patrol. And they are set up with radios, which they already have, but they're also given a strobe light that hangs about 10 feet from the bottom of the basket or the gondola. So the air has to be calm at ground level. Because, I mean, some of these envelopes, I mean, the balloons are tall.
Mm-hmm.
It could be 100 feet, it could be 50 feet. But, I mean, they're up there. And the wind does change, and the speeds vary. So I was talking to Horse Feathers yesterday, and he's like, well, aren't they tethered? And I said, no, they are not tethered. They're allowed to go freely up. And they go to different parts of the city to let everybody know that, the wind conditions are right for ballooning. And I think, don't quote me on this, but I think any wind above 7 miles an hour is a reason for concern to shut down the mass ascension of any balloon going up that day. So with those 10 pilots going up, they also have a pilot's briefing in the main hall where, if they got 600 balloonists going up, they're going to have 600 pilots, and they do have, a safety briefing that everybody must attend. And, this ain't just something willy-nilly, like I said. It's all thought out. It's all planned. And, hopefully no one else has an incident with the electric lines. But, it makes for really a beautiful scenery, especially during this time of year. So, but yeah, that's you really have to be there. Tell you what, why don't you and Chris get together, see if you can't get a fifth wheel, and come on down next year and do your broadcast outside the fifth wheel and watch the balloons go. Well, it'd be a little bit late in the day, but I mean, you could do your broadcast from the balloon grounds, and then when you get done, step outside, enjoy the smell of roasted chilies and fresh coffee and the breakfast burritos, and just go out there and gaze up at the sky and watch all that hot air go up. I mean, it's a hell of a more beautiful sight than what it is over there in D.C.
All right, yeah. Hey, what do you do after you eat some of those hot chilies and breakfast burritos and get up in the balloon and Mother Nature makes a call? You know, you got the urge. What happens?
You do what the birds do. You just hang it over the side and let it fly.
Don't lean back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. I guess you just have to wear some Depends. You know, be like the astronauts of the early days. But yeah, I think you'd be too excited to worry about having to go one or two when you're up there in that big beautiful balloon. So. All righty. I guess I said my piece to those three knuckleheads and them other three for the government. So I'll let you go. Everyone, stay safe out there. Have a wonderful day. We'll holler at y'all tomorrow.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Heatwave, you do the same. Be safe out there. Let me see here. It's 844-844-3380. I pulled up the numbers. Yeah, I knew because I had shared these numbers a month or so ago. Talking about the line of duty deaths, law enforcement deaths, and the total line of duty deaths this year, 328 officers, which is up like 19%. COVID-19, way up on top of the list, 207 officers. Gunfire, second at 44 officers. Followed by, looks like, let's see, automobile crash, 15, heart attack, 14, vehicular assault, 16, struck by a vehicle, 12. And the numbers go down from there, but yeah, the overwhelming majority, 207 is number one, followed by 44, gunfire, coming in second. That's from the Officer Down Memorial page, remembering all of the law enforcement heroes. COVID, right there at the top of the page. COVID is the number one killer of law enforcement officers in 2020 and 2021. Getting vaccinated is just as important as wearing your vest and seatbelt. Don't wait any longer. Please consult your doctor to see if vaccination is right for you. Straight from the Officer Down Memorial page. Carolina Ghost Rider, what's going on this morning?
Oh, just riding around out here. I heard you talking about the Rudy's diesel drag race down at Piedmont Dragway. It's about an hour from the house. They're going to have to be dodging some rain showers, I believe, Saturday. About a 60% chance.
Yeah, they've got that
doesn't look too good for them.
Little disturbance that may come together and may even be a tropical storm. That's right.
Yeah. Out of my home terminal, one of our drivers, team truck driver, he got COVID a few weeks back, and I don't know how the co-driver managed to not get it, but he didn't. But he and the other driver ended up going in the hospital, and he ended up dying yesterday morning.
Wow.
He used to be a heavier fella, but he started run several marathons every year. But I guess he was in pretty good physical shape. You don't know about anybody's underlying factors or anything, but he's only 59 years old. That's just a sad situation.
So do you?
And as far as
are you familiar? Did they
go
offer?
ahead.
Did they offer any kind of treatments or anything, or just the whole send him home till you get really sick and then he ended up in the hospital again? How did it play out? Do you know?
Well, he was feeling bad, and took some time off, and then ended up getting worse and going to the hospital and stayed there. I think maybe they had him on oxygen. Yeah, I don't know a lot of details about it, but if I'm not mistaken, towards the latter part of last week, I guess he made a turn towards the worst, and I believe ended up on a ventilator. But as far as any treatments or what have you, I don't hadn't heard anything credible. As far as Horse Feathers talking about the app a while ago, ever since I've been back out here last week, I have fought it. I mean, it would cut out, it pause itself like sometimes 6 times in an hour. So I just stream it directly from the page, from the web page now. I don't have any issues at all that way.
Interesting. So are you on Android as well?
Yeah, I have an Android phone.
Okay, the Android app.
Yeah. But I just thought I'd chime in. Y'all have a good night, the rest of the night, and we'll talk at you later.
Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Carolina Ghost Rider, be safe out there. It is 22 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Lines available on a Tuesday morning. Back in 2.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
HotShotSecret.com, by the way. Scooter's on board this morning. Scooter says, Steve, that dumbass de Blasio in New York is an absolute moron. The Centers for Disease Control just put out guidance stating that the vaccines do not slow transmission of the virus. So how is mass inoculation going to, quote, keep the school students safe? What a jackass. And all the other idiots across the country pushing this narrative. And yes, you are 100% correct. If you are vaccinated and you have a, quote, what they call a breakthrough infection, which the numbers on that are growing exponentially, your shedding of the virus is the term they use. The viral load in a vaccinated individual is as great as it is in an unvaccinated individual. So yes, you will be shedding the virus just like an unvaccinated person. And of course, the students, anyone under the age of 12 has not been vaccinated. What difference is it going to make? Correct. None. The one potential difference is if you had an unvaccinated individual, they'd probably be sick enough to not be at the school, teacher, janitor, whatever. But the idea of adults having been vaccinated, they're not going to get as sick. They're more inclined to be asymptomatic. Yet they could still be shedding the virus and totally be unaware. All facts. Anyway, moving ahead here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Update on the oil spill there off the coast of California. They're now saying they believe it's a ship anchor striking the pipeline carrying crude from an offshore oil platform that may have caused that spill off the coast of Southern California. That, according to the CEO of the Houston-based company that owned the rig. Yeah, we all know about the spill now. You've got beaches are closed, cleanup crews dressed in the overalls and helmets working the beach and the wetlands. The pipeline's connected to an offshore oil rig owned and operated by Beta Offshore, California's subsidiary of the Houston-based offshore crude oil producer, Amplify Energy Corporation. Amplify Energy shares plunged 43% in heavy trading yesterday. Wow. Now they almost lost, his shares almost lost half their value. I guess they're going to say, this is going to be a mega lawsuit. It's going to cost this company a fortune. To get, first of all, to clean up the spill, and then there's going to be ramifications to come. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that could put a company under. Amplify's CEO said during a press conference Monday, it was possible a ship anchor could have struck the line. They have identified an area of interest that could be the source of the leak, which divers are going to be reviewing, they tell us. All right, there you go. We're up to our news break, bottom of the hour. And again, lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. I'm Brad Bernards. The head of BioNTech, which makes one of the most common COVID-19 vaccines in the world, said that new vaccines might be necessary by 2022 to combat the next generation of COVID-19 variants. Without mentioning data suggesting that natural immunity may offer better and longer-lasting protection, the executive said that the next vaccine will have to be tailored to forthcoming changes to the coronavirus. President Joe Biden told a reporter that he wouldn't answer a foreign policy question because it would confuse the American people. Biden was asked a question about Ethiopia.
What is more important, that position that Senator Schumer has, or raising the debt ceiling? And then I also have a question for you on Ethiopia.
I'm going to answer one. I'm not going to answer Ethiopia. Let's stick on the debt so we don't confuse the American people.
Biden delivered remarks on the need to raise the debt ceiling on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our Energy Factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, it looks like Sylvester checked in earlier, just before the midnight hour, just before the program started this morning. He sent me an email So much going on. If war does break out, please make sure you pray for us over here. He's talking about China and Taiwan. From the Taiwan News, Ministry of National Defense reporting that a record 56 Chinese military aircraft violated Taiwan's air defense identification zone Monday alone, surpassing all-time records that were just set over the weekend. On its real-time military update website, the Ministry of National Defense announced the largest ever single-day incursion by the PLA. 34 Shenyang J-16 fighter jets, 2 Su fighter jets, 2 Y-8 anti-submarine warfare planes, 2 of the KJ-500 airborne early warning and control aircraft, 12 H-6 bombers. In a second report issued that evening, it announced 4 additional J-16 fighter jets had entered the air defense zone. With the addition of the 4 fighters, the total from Monday was 56 military aircraft. They all flew sorties in the southwest corner of Taiwan's air defense identification zone, just to the northeast of the Dongshe Islands. Ministry of Defense said they had scrambled combat patrol aircraft, issued radio warnings, deployed their air defense missile system. Now, I don't know, at what point do you, if a missile launches in air defense, if one of them gets close enough that they feel that they may be coming under attack, I mean, all it takes is that one split-second incident, and yes, war breaks out. So, thanks for the update there, Sylvester. Appreciate that. Also got an email from Buckeye Boy checking in from Beaver Dam, Ohio. Pleasant 64 degrees. Stopped for my 10 hours. Got up early to go to Ann Arbor. Then I'll do a pickup in Canton, Michigan. After I get that done, headed to Middletown to pay my respects to my aunt who passed away Friday, not from COVID. I'm not going to make the funeral at 11 a.m., but my brother, who's riding with one of my cousins, and his wife will be there to be a pallbearer. I will get to see my cousins, who will miss their mom, and lend my support. It's going to be a long day. So anybody, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Thank you much, Buckeye Boy. Sorry about your loss there, right? All right, it is 844-3388. Let's see, just got an email from David. He said, Steve, talked about the Android app cutting out. I've had the same issue in the past. I thought it was just my phone, but what I found to work for me was to keep the charger plugged in during the show. Yeah, even when the phone gets fully charged. And anytime I don't have it on the charger, seems to just want to stop, and I'll have to open the app and press play. This could still be an issue with my phone, but Horse Feathers and Carolina Ghost Rider, maybe try that and see if it helps. I'm just curious if they do try it, if it actually works, so I'll know if it's my phone or not. Anyway, great show as always. All right, thank you much, David. Appreciate that input. Rambler, how you been there?
Man, Steve, been doing great. Sorry I hadn't called in last few nights. I am listening though, and condolences to Buckeye Boy. Sorry about that, Rick. And hope everything's going good with you, brother. And Steve, I just was thinking about you over the weekend. I saw where your beloved Bearcat, Cincy, is ranked number 5.
How about that?
I know, right? I mean, I don't think they would do much against my beloved Alabama Crimson Tide. But looks like it's starting to become a two-team race, Bama, Georgia, and then everybody else. But I did think about you. I said, well, look at that. The Bearcats are ranked number 5, you know. So then I kind of snickered and like, one of their last coaches is now our state senator. And he just basically just said, you know what, I've just had enough and left. And which is why I basically voted for Jeff Sessions. And I know I'm going to get flack for that. But, and I like Tommy Tuberville, even though I can't stand Auburn, who he used to coach for. But kind of the reason why I voted against him was he was a coach over there at Cincy, and he just up and left. Didn't give no warning, no nothing. Just said, I'm tired. Just left. So kind of like what the coaches are doing over at Florida State, bailing out, which I was shocked to see they actually won over the weekend. But anyways, you were talking about Taiwan and everything. Steve, there's numerous countries besides us that have a treaty to protect them. I mean, I know Germany has one, England has one, but we soon forget that's how World War I started. With the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. This country had a treaty with this country, so when the Archduke was assassinated, I think it was in Austria, and I think Austria and Serbia got into it, and that drug Germany in, that drug all these other countries in, and of course that started World War I, and looks like that's how World War III is going to start. Treaty with this country, and we're all going to just have to go in there and start fighting, and God knows what's going to happen with these hypersonic missiles we're talking about.
Yeah,
going to be a mess. But I tell you, the times are drawing near. You study the Word of God. You read it in Matthew 20:24. We're definitely living in the end times. I mean, really are. So all I can say is stay prayed up, get ready. When the trump of God sound, the voice of the archangel cries, and the dead in Christ shall rise first, and we which remain shall be gathered together with them in the air to live with Christ forever. I wouldn't want to be left behind. I mean, these liberal radicals, these communists, these socialists, Marxists, they all want to take over the world. Well, when the rapture of Christ happens, the rapture of the church, they're going to have their chance. And of course, I mean, devil, he's already behind this, firmly behind it. And he'll have his man put in place through the Antichrist, and he'll have the Antichrist to have his puppet, the false prophet, to go around and publicize and to do these witchcraft works and everything like that, show that he's powerful, and they'll have 7 years to try and run the world. But in the end, I've read what the book of Revelation says, and in the end, it says when Christ comes back and touches his foot on the Mount of Olivet, and the minute his big toe touches the Mount of Olivet, which is where he originally rode the donkey at through the eastern gate to be crucified, this time, the Bible says he's going to be on a white horse. This time, the saints, which will be us, who are called up in the rapture, are going to come back with him on white stallions to battle the last battle, the Battle of Armageddon. And I tell you, it's just right around the corner. So, but that's my little 2 cents, Steve. And like I said, I was just thinking about you over the weekend and thinking about everybody else. And, thinking about old Uncle Buster there, skinning up his knuckles in that John Deere tractor.
Mm-hmm.
If he had a Massey Ferguson, he wouldn't be doing that.
Oh, yeah?
They don't break down all that much. No, but before I go, old Dirty Diapers, God bless him. I'm so happy that his Georgia Bulldogs. He was such a huge Georgia fan, and I know he's looking down with a smile on his face, and glad that UGA is doing something and everything like that. And glad to know you're doing well and everything. And I'll call up next time, and I'll have a story. I got plenty of stories to tell. So, but glad everyone's doing great. I'm still here, still alive, and we just did our rebid over here at O'Reilly Auto Parts, and I've got the same route. So I'll be over here in Hattiesburg and Collins and McGee, and hopefully catch your Mercury man one night. I know he drives out of Yazoo City. I think it's U.S. Foods or Monarch or one of them. So I know he comes down Highway 49 every night, so we may hook up. Who knows? But Steve, God bless you, man. I love you, brother. I love everyone else out there. Y'all take care, okay?
Thank you so much for chiming in this morning, Rambler. We all appreciate your message. Thanks for being with us. On a totally separate note in regards to China, Steve's brought this up a couple times in recent days, which is probably just going to be an additional contributing factor to further supply chain issues on a global scale. And that is in regards to power outages that are getting worse, they tell us, widening power shortages in China's northeast, leaving homes without power, halting production at numerous factories, some shops operating by candlelight. As the economic toll of the squeeze mounts, residents in the Northeast, where fall temperatures are coming into play, reporting power cuts, appealing on social media for the government to restore supplies. Rationing has been implemented during peak hours since last week, while residents of numerous cities said cuts were occurring sooner and lasting for longer. China's power crunch, what's going on, caused by tight coal supplies and toughening emissions standards, has hurt production in industries across several regions, posing additional risks, as I said, to the already strained global supply chains. Manufacturers face existing shortages of processor chips, disruptions in shipping, and other lingering effects of the shutdown of travel and trade to fight the pandemic. Factories have been idled to avoid exceeding limits on energy use imposed by Beijing to promote efficiency. Economists and environmental groups say manufacturers used up this year's quota faster than planned as export demand rebounded from the pandemic. In one city, 23 people hospitalized with gas poisoning after ventilation at a metal casting factory was shut off due to a power outage. Now, the suspension of production at some factories prompting concerns over a possible shortage of goods ahead of Christmas, including the likes of smartphones and other devices. Apple component supplier Esson Precision Engineering announced over the weekend they have halted production at their factory west of Shanghai until Thursday due to the local government's power restriction policy. So that's pretty much a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, into sometime Thursday shutdown of that facility. I see things maybe not getting better anytime soon, right? It is 844-844-3388. Back into
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And we've got this guy, hey, there's another Dumbass of the Week nominee. How about that? It's good to talk to Brain Dead this past day. He's asking about his Institute for Darwin Awards. I just wondering if something was amiss, something awry, because he said he had me listed as a moderator there pretty much from the beginning. Old Lobster himself, and I think one other moderators. Now he hadn't been paying a whole lot of attention to updating. That's where the Institute for Darwin Awards, where you get, that's where he comes up and shares all these Dumbass of the Week and Dumbass of the Year nominees and Darwin Award winners. People that do things so stupid that they're dead. And that's a Darwin Award. But I was just inquiring with them. I said, I'm getting people requesting to join the Institute for Darwin Awards. I'd say hundreds of them in the last few days. It kind of started over the weekend, and literally every couple of minutes there's someone asking. I'm like, said something almost sounds like it might be amiss. What's going on? So I don't know what the deal is. And hey, there was a period of about 7 hours there yesterday when no one asked to become a member, while Facebook was down. But even as I sit here, they come into my email and it's just one after another, and I'm like, I've never really gone into to moderate or anything. So I still almost feel like something maybe that's kind of amiss there, if you know what I mean. But here's a Dumbass of the Week nominee. This guy, he's a jewel, a Missouri man trying to sell a catalytic converter online. Arrested after a huge stash of meth and a syringe were spotted in the background of the photograph he used for his advertisement. 38-year-old James Kurtz taken into custody in Reeds Spring Wednesday after posting the photo of the catalytic converter on the Facebook Marketplace. So it's kind of got the converter. It looks like it's on a couch or a chair, sitting there. And in the background, though, he's got his coffee table. Obviously, his drug paraphernalia box, this big bag of meth, a spoon, a syringe, all clearly visible right there for all the world to see. Stone County Sheriff Doug Rader said someone tipped him off about the drug stash soon after Kurtz posted the ad on Facebook. Apparently, he must have been under the influence because in the background of his picture, he left his big bag of meth and the syringe on the coffee table. Take note, the sheriff says. If you're selling something on social media, make sure your drugs are not in the background. Authorities conducted a search warrant on his home, uncovered 48 grams of meth and a handgun that was was not legally allowed to own. We've now provided him a new place to stay. Sorry, folks, his catalytic converters are not for sale right now. Now charged with possession of a controlled substance. His prior convictions of resisting arrest, domestic assault, possession of a controlled substance, endangering the welfare of a child. I don't know. This was a brand new in-the-box catalytic converter that he was trying to sell. Can't help but wonder if maybe he stole it or something, but I would just assume all doing all these things to support his drug addiction. You think? Just possibly? Yep, that's what I would suspect. All right, rolling toward news break, top of the hour just ahead. Beaver Squeezer, what's happening?
What do you say, hard working man? Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. First off, I want to talk about Monkey Gouger. Earlier this evening, he had me on the floor laughing so hard, I swear to God. I had tears coming out of my eyes listening to that guy. And horse feathers, if there's ever an opportunity I can buy you a beer and sit down and talk, I'd love to do that. He's my kind of guy. My question is, we have ships anchored offshore, and we have a failed mayor of Terre Haute, Indiana, and Pete Buttigieg. We have a failed presidential candidate in Pete Buttigieg. When did the Secretary of Transportation become a reward and not somebody who knows something about transportation?
Yeah.
I know more about transportation and logistics than Pete Buttigieg does. And I'm just a damn truck driver.
Well, yeah, I think we all asked the same question. I mean, yeah, it's just the fact that he, I guess, at some point when you're having these behind-the-scenes talks during presidential nomination process, they get together and, Biden says, hey, if you'll drop out, I've got this position for you, and hey, Kamala, I've got this position for you, and that's what they are all just all scratching each other's back, and yeah, he has no business being the DOT secretary.
Well, I agree with you 100%. If you're going, those positions were created because there's a need for those there's a need for it. And Americans are suffering because this man is incompetent. And the whole Joe Biden administration is incompetent. So, listen, if I get off, I'm going to get upset and raise my blood pressure and my heart monitor will go off. But, listen, Monkey Gouger had me on the floor laughing. I'm going to sit back. Who is it says check the mail all the time?
That's Chevy guy. Chevy guy.
Okay. Yeah, I like Chevy guy. Listen, I'm going to sit back, put my headphones back on, and I'm going to check the mail. Thank you for taking my call, Steve. You're a great guy.
Copy the mail. There you go. All right. And what are we looking at? With that, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, we get a news update here. 1 hour yet to come, and we've got wide open lines. Jump on in here, get us through our final hour. And so the guy washes up on the beach, dead, I guess. He's got a winning lotto ticket in his pocket. Hey, I wonder what happened there. The rest of the story, as they say, coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The Supreme Court on Monday vacated a lower court ruling prohibiting the federal government from diverting funds from the military to construct the U.S.-Mexico border wall, sending the case back to the lower court for review. President Joe Biden, when he took office, canceled the Trump-era emergency declaration and returned the unspent funds to the Pentagon. Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce discussed Democratic infighting over Biden's spending plan Monday. She believes much of what is in the $3.5 trillion spending bill is sold in terms that the public likes and not for what it really is.
The infrastructure. We talk about infrastructure bills. Well, we really care about infrastructure, but that's not what they're actually selling right now. This is why we care about it, so they use that phrasing. And in the meantime, tree equity is not infrastructure. The ports are.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root. 800-300-8441 or online at TII1.com.
A vague answer to a pressing question. Chris Barnes reports.
Many Americans wondering if it's going to be safe to get together with family and friends for the upcoming holiday season. The foremost infectious disease expert in America, Dr. Anthony Fauci, says,
it's just too soon to tell. We've just got to concentrating on continuing to get those numbers down.
Fauci saying on CBS's Face the Nation that means concentrating as well on getting those not vaccinated yet to get the shots. In the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
Meet new friends, all free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry, free accounts are limited.
The Facebook whistleblower has been revealed. She'll be talking with Washington lawmakers Tuesday. USA's Lance Pry has more.
The identity of the Facebook whistleblower was revealed on CBS News 60 Minutes Sunday night as Frances Haugen.
One of the consequences of how Facebook is picking out that content today is it is optimizing for content that gets engagement or reaction. But its own research is showing that content that is hateful, that is divisive, that is polarizing, it's easier to inspire people to anger than it is to other emotions. Facebook has realized that if they change the algorithm to be safer, people will spend less time on the site. They'll click on less ads, they'll make less money. And right after the election, like within weeks after the election, they told us we're dissolving civic integrity. And when they got rid of civic integrity, it was the moment where I was like, I don't trust that they're willing to actually invest what needs to be invested to keep Facebook from being dangerous.
From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Star Trek's Captain Kirk is rocketing into space this month, boldly going where no other sci-fi actors have gone. Jeff Bezos' space travel company Blue Origin announced Monday that William Shatner will blast off from West Texas on October 12th. At age 90, Shatner will become the oldest person in space. He'll join 3 others, 2 of them paying customers, aboard a Blue Origin capsule. It will be the company's second launch with a crew. For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Helps to turn the microphone on up. Final hour. Here we go. Off and rolling on a Tuesday. 5th day of October is upon us. Yeah, more on our traveler's weather coming up here. It's been kind of a soggy night in the Northeast, New York, New England. Yeah, down into parts of Pennsylvania. It's been heavy rains in and around the Philadelphia area for the last several hours. The rest of the story I'm looking at here. Well, first of all, by the way, wide open lines here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. A man with a winning lottery ticket who was recently found drowned near his boat before he had a chance to claim his winnings. It's kind of a chilling reminder. You never know when your ticket for the next great journey is going to get punched. 57-year-old Gregory Jarvis of Caseville, Michigan, was found washed ashore on a private beach on Saginaw Bay earlier in September. Yeah, police do not suspect foul play, but according to the WJRT TV, investigators were kind of concerned by what they found in his pocket: the winning lottery ticket. That caused him to do a little more digging into the man's recent past. It appears 10 days prior to his washing ashore, Jarvis was playing a Michigan State Lottery Club Keno add-on game called the Jack at his favorite local haunt, the Blue Water Inn. Owner of the establishment says, "Very nice guy. He was here every day." He also recalled the night Jarvis hit the jackpot. $45,000. Somebody just said someone just won the Jack. And he said, great. And someone asked him, was it you? And it was. So he was super excited. Jarvis tried to cash the ticket before his death, but he didn't have a Social Security card that was in good shape. Can't cash your winnings, without proper identification? Is that what they're saying? Jarvis had been at the Blue Water Inn again on the 19th, happily buying drinks, but had yet to cash in on his winnings as he needed a Social Security card to claim the money. He was waiting for a new one to arrive in the mail. He couldn't cash it because he didn't have an SS card at all. It wasn't any good. So he applied for a new one. State Lottery Commission confirmed to the station that Jarvis would have needed to show a photo identification and a Social Security card to cash in his ticket. Did they say you have to have a photo ID to cash in your lottery winnings? When he left the bar that evening, it was believed to be the last time anyone saw him alive. When Jarvis didn't show up the following evening, the owner of the bar thought something seemed off. And when he didn't show up all week, we said, yes, something's wrong. The next Wednesday, Jarvis' boss came into the bar saying he hadn't been at work either. Police received a call that a body had washed ashore near a boat. The boat belonged to Jarvis. Yes, the body was his. We're thinking he was tying up his boat, slipped, fell, hit his head, and that's where he ended up in the water. No foul play suspected. So while initially thinking the winning ticket might have had something to do with his death, after some probing, police decided that was not the case. It did at first. We were concerned about it, but after the autopsy, after interviewing people at the bar, he was well-liked around here. Nice guy. That kind of took it all off the table. Supposedly, he had plans to use the money to visit family in North Carolina. His family, his relatives, are now in possession of that ticket. This tragic story is exactly why the Bible admonishes us to store up treasure in heaven rather than on earth. Sounds like Jarvis was a nice gentleman with humble plans for his winnings, but it is surely a reminder as how little assurance we have on any given day that we'll make it to the next to enjoy the material goods which we may be blessed in this life with. That's a pretty wild story. But yeah, there you go. With that, looking at 12 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Here's another kind of odd one. For months and months, reports had trickled in here and there about weird symptoms of COVID-19. Remember, early on, I remember talking about COVID toe, unusual skin rashes, obviously the loss of taste and smell. Yeah, that became an official symptom. Now there's a new one to keep on the back burner. They're calling it COVID tongue. According to the British Journal of Dermatology, a significant number of COVID patients are experiencing bumps on their tongue, along with inflammation and swelling. They analyzed data from more than 660 patients at a field hospital in Spain and found more than 45% had some form of these. Its symptoms appear on areas where mucous membranes and skin meet, like your mouth, eyes, parts of the genitalia maybe. More than 25% had symptoms in their mouth, including inflammation of the bumps on the skin surface, redness, swelling of the tongue. It was common for those patients to say they felt a burning sensation in their mouth, as well as loss of taste. So the first question, is COVID tongue a real thing? Yes, it is legit, according to an infectious disease physician working in field hospitals nationwide. Yeah, I've seen a few. Some doctors say that they haven't seen this in COVID because for the most part, they're wearing masks when they come in, and I don't ask them to take their mask off. Which I think that's kind of odd. If you're a doctor, don't they almost always look in your mouth and look at your throat when you're being examined? So due to this, that's why COVID tongue is underreported, according to the professor of chief infectious disease at the University of Buffalo in New York. Yeah, many physicians focus on the heart, the lungs, the abdomen, and in this age of COVID, they pass on examining the mouth even more because it would increase their risk of getting infection. It's probably been missed in a lot of individuals, they're saying. So there you go. Put it on the back burner. COVID tongue. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Islands Pete is the class of the heavy haulers. A trailer maker's daughter wins the big bucks with her deer, and a championship season reaches its end at the Enderley. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Let's pick up where we left off in last week's report with the final 4 divisions to hook at the 34th Annual Enderley Pull-Off on Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio. Catch the Enderley Pull-Off replay at ntpa.tv and complete results at ntpapull.com. In 20,000-pound super semis, Pat Island's just passing through in class. Peterbilt finished its pass in a shower of sparks from the bell housing. Fortunately for that touchy clutch, it's one run and done in Urbana and was enough to top Brian Elthorpe's Nicky's Nightmare, Ryan DeBruce Playing with Fire, Tom Island's Keep On Truckin', and Ben Gordon's Let Her Rip Tater Chip. In 10,000-pound pro stock, the Mack trailer team of Julia Ray Ray and Dad Mike Connie were the best of the bunch. Julia's Mac Daddy John Deere got the win, and Mike's Mac Nasty second place, ahead of Mark Lawyer's Wrapped Up, Danny Schmucker's Rampage, and Tim Kane's Red Gambler. In 6,200-pound two-wheel drive, the youngest champ in GN history, Clay Chastain, nearly set another record. His 392.215 aboard the Fistful of Dollars Ford was, at that moment, the second greatest distance in Enderley history. Jesse Petro took second and fourth with Buckeye Holler and Kathy's Complaint, intermingled with Christy Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It and Chad Haggerty's Hillbilly Hot Rod. And in Unlimited, seconds after Chastain's winning run, Joe Ader's Polar Air bested it on the opposite track by 3/16 of an inch. That was enough to distance Chuck Knapp's Screamin' D, Dave Richardson's Foursome, Mark Cole's Gambler, and Ricky Rose's Giddy Up. The 2021 regular season will meet its end in a couple of weeks at the Southern Showdown at the North Carolina State Fair in Raleigh, presented by the United Pullers of the Carolinas, for the first and last Region 4 action of the year. Details are at ntpapull.com and upocpulling.com. And now, let's take one final opportunity to recognize the efforts of the Grand National Champions of this welcome back year. Many of you will see these hometowns large and small on reflective signage up and down the interstates, and we hope you think of NTPA Truck and Tractor Pulling when you do. Light Superstock, Jason Hootman of Corfu, New York, and Rex Kuhn of Morristown, Indiana, with the Commander Ford 6000. Superstock Diesel, Travis Schlabach of Marengo, Iowa, with the Bone Twister International 1066. Superstock Open, Bob Gansmere of Platteville, Wisconsin, with a Rutten Deere John Deere 7720. Super Farm, Ryan Anderson of Hoopston, Illinois, with the Checkin' Out International 1206. Pro Stock, Rob Russell of Prescott, Iowa, with the Workhorse Pro Case IH 225. Two-wheel drive, Clay Chastain of Brownstown, Indiana, with a Fistful of Dollars Ford. Four-wheel drive, Carmen Foster of Fairgrove, Michigan, with a Foster Child Chevrolet. Superstock Diesel 4x4, Justin Gerhardt of Circleville, Ohio, with the Cream of the Crop Dodge. Super Semi, Brian Ellithorpe of Bridport, Vermont, with a Nicky's Nightmare Kenworth W900. Modified Mini, Ken Veeney of Wadsworth, Ohio, with Funny Little Farmall. Light Unlimited, Steve Bollinger of Taylorville, Illinois, with Money Pit. Modified, Brett Berg of Farmington, Minnesota, with a Rink Seed Moneymaker. And Unlimited, Joe Ader of North Collins, New York, with Polar Air. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and...
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Looking at a story from back in early August, Denver's mayor, like so many others, announced a COVID vaccine mandate. He declared all city employees and even some private sector employees who worked in what they call high-risk settings must be vaccinated by September 30th. Jose Manriquez, a 7-year veteran with the Denver Police Department, faced, like millions of others, with the prospect of losing his job, opted for the vaccine. He and his attorney appeared on Fox and Friends Friday morning, where he told his story. The lawyer represents 9 officers from the Denver Police Department they've had their first dose of the vaccine and for various reasons don't want to take the second. We've got officers who've had to retire early. We've got Jose at 34 years old, who's at the beginning of his career, who actually had trouble getting up here to his chair. Manriquez, a 12-year veteran with the Army National Guard, father of 4, had his first dose of the Pfizer on August 22nd. That week, I started developing body pain, body ache, pain in my legs. The next week, August 31, I tried going to work. My legs hurt a lot more. I ended up getting sent home, and on my way home, I couldn't feel my feet anymore. I couldn't feel the gas pedal or the brake pedal. Pretty much had to call for help to get home. Barely made it. Asked how he feels, he said, uncertain. I can't be outside with my kids. We've got soccer season. It's life-changing. The doctor says it could get worse before it gets better. And if I do get better, it's going to be years. He explained, so I've always carried my kids to bed, and they're like, Daddy. And now they're saying, well, just walk to bed. His lawyer shared that he'd been on the phone with Manriquez recently, and he broke down. He had fallen over, putting his kids to bed, and, his little girls think, Daddy's broke. Something's wrong. This is a guy who had serious COVID last year and beat it. So his body was raging with antibodies. And they gave him this jab, and now his hands are shaking like this. It's outrageous. His sister set up a GoFundMe page, and she writes, he received the mandatory vaccine August 22, immediately started having a bad reaction. Since receiving the vaccine, he's not been able to return to work. His future is uncertain, as we do not know how long the road to recovery is going to be. As the sole income provider for his family of 6, he was very involved with all of his children's sports and activities. After receiving his vaccine, my brother has developed severe tremors. He has trouble sleeping due to the amount of pain. He can't walk without the worry of falling due to his legs giving out. He's actually already fallen a number of times. Although many individuals tolerate the vaccine well, the growing number of people suffering adverse effects after taking it should give the government, on both federal and local levels, pause here. Sunday, I posted about a happily married woman with 2 young children, age 37, who felt the vaccination posed far more risk to her than the virus itself would. Faced with being unable to visit her children's classrooms, she took the vaccine, died from a vaccine-induced blood clot. This could only be called medical tyranny, and it is being thrust on the American people against their will, she says. The end of June, Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson held a news conference with families who shared stories like that. Stories about the injuries suffered as a result of taking the jab. It was an hours-long meeting. The video is available, but of course you can't post something like that on social media anymore because, like it was then and will be now, censored and suppressed. Now, while Johnson is diplomatic, stating that most people have no problem, the shots have probably saved many lives. It's clear that the side effects are far more common than anyone is willing to publicly admit. Case in point, September 10, 2021, WXYZ Television Channel 7 posted a request on Facebook asking people who had lost an unvaccinated loved one to COVID to contact them. They wanted to do a story, obviously to focus on, are you regretting not getting the vaccine? That kind of a thing. As of September 29, the post had more than 244,000 comments. The vast majority are about someone who was injured or died from the shot, or who got severe COVID despite being fully vaccinated. There's a link to the hundreds of thousands of comments. They share some samples. My good friend's grandpa just passed away due to receiving his booster. How about doing a story about my uncle who was in fine shape until he got vaccinated? Or my boss's uncle who was healthy in his 50s, died suddenly a week after getting the vaccine. Next post, my sister-in-law's father died of a stroke 48 hours after the Moderna vax. He was active and healthy. Next post, what about my husband's boss who had 2 strokes after her second dose? Not interested in that story? Next post, the shot murdered by friend 3 weeks after he got it. Next post, I have a close friend who now has myocarditis after the shots, high mortality within 5 years. Perfectly healthy before the shots. Next post, I know 2 women who had strokes right after their shot. Next, we lost an uncle to heart inflammation 2 days after the vaccine. Next, lost a dear friend, a dear man, after his second dose, said he regretted getting it. He advised me not to get it. How about reporting on some of those? He died of a brain aneurysm. He was a very healthy man. Next, my beautiful mother passed away recently, 23 days after the first AstraZeneca shot that I didn't know she was getting. Immunization was the cause of death on her death certificate. Next, I know more people injured by the vaccine than I do people who've actually had COVID. Next post. No, but I know of 2 people who died after COVID, from COVID, after being fully vaccinated. 1 or 2 more here. My uncle passed away 3 months after his second shot. He was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer, had surgery, was released to rehab, then died of a blood clot. 1 more. I know 2 women who had miscarriages within 2 days of taking the shot. You know, they say these things, every time there's any mention of an adverse event, they always use the word rare. Now, what is the definition of rare in this day and age? As I've discussed in the past, vaccines, historically, I forget which vaccine it was, but they were rolling it out, and they had 50 adverse events, and they stopped that vaccine. 50. There are hundreds of thousands, probably more like millions of adverse events with this current vaccine. And all they use is the word safe and effective. Safe and effective. Yeah, one person says these responses are what you would have to call a major clue. As one commenter noted, hey, it doesn't sound like you're getting the story you need, judging by the vast majority of these comments about vaccine losses and side effects. Since there's such an overwhelming outpouring of vaccine reactions, maybe you should do a story on that. There's a lot of people here to pull from that, it seems. Then you've got medical insiders blowing the whistle, confirming that vaccine injuries are incredibly commonplace, but most are never reported. With that, we'll get our news break in here. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The Supreme Court on Monday vacated a lower court ruling prohibiting the federal government from diverting funds from the military to construct the U.S.-Mexico border wall, sending the case back to the lower court for review. President Joe Biden, when he took office, canceled the Trump-era emergency declaration and returned the unspent funds to the Pentagon. Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce discussed Democratic infighting over Biden's spending plan Monday. She believes much of what is in the $3.5 trillion spending bill is sold in terms that the public likes and not for what it really is.
The infrastructure. We talk about infrastructure bills. Well, we really care about infrastructure, but that's not what they're actually selling right now. This is why we care about it, so they use that phrasing. And in the meantime, tree equity is not infrastructure. The ports are.
This is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021.
That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you very much. About 20 before the hour. Hey, and if I can be abundantly clear, I am by no means have I ever suggested don't get it. I am suggesting there are legitimate reasons for people to be concerned that they might be one of the unlucky ones. It's rare, right? Yeah, did you hear anything about the Project Veritas report? Jody O'Malley, the nurse working for the Department of Health and Human Services, who revealed that they're ignoring and covering up vaccine injuries. She said she has seen dozens come in with adverse reactions, myocarditis, congestive heart failure, death, but it's not being reported. despite the fact that both the Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control supposedly require any suspected injury from an emergency use vaccine to be reported. So if everyone is supposed to gather this data and report it, but no one is reporting it, how will anyone know it's truly safe? They don't. One of the reasons O'Malley decided to come forward, knowing she will likely lose her job, is because one of her coworkers was coerced into taking the shot and died. Nobody should have decided between their livelihood or take the damn shot, she said. That's why, and is there any culpability? She also points out there are medications such as ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine that have been shown to be safe and effective. Health and Human Services will terminate anyone who uses these drugs. Were these drugs permitted? The COVID jab, were they permitted? And this is what I've said so many times. If these drugs had been permitted, the COVID vaccination emergency use would have never been granted. They would not qualify. And according to the Department of Health and Human Services pharmacists, if ivermectin can be given to a patient, if the doctor's willing to prescribe it. One doctor said, "I'm stuck. I am told you are absolutely not to use it under any circumstances whatsoever for somebody with COVID unless you don't want to have a job. And I'm not going to lose my job over this." I don't know. About 17 before the hour. All right, let's get back to the calls. And who's next up here? Is it Kim?
Hey. Hey, Steve.
Hey, it's Vic. Vic, what's going on, Vic?
Okay. Well, not a lot. I tell you this, but I actually came up and sat down in the recliner and fell asleep. Stop your show, and I woke up and I heard you going on about these vaccine injuries. And quite simply, my personal feeling is that for some reason, well, I'm pretty sure I know why, Dr. Fauci and others went to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. It's because we signed several treaties agreeing to not do any bio warfare. We supposed to have destroyed our stockpile of bio warfare, what I want to say, organisms.
Mm-hmm.
And today I was looking up all the biosecurity level 4 labs. And Fort Detrick, Maryland, which is just 70 miles up the road from Washington, D.C., did have a biosecurity level 4 lab, and I guess still does. And they're building a brand new one out there at Kansas State that can do all this research. But there were others, Plum Island in New York. And so my personal feeling is that the reason you were talking about all these different cover-ups and not doing different things, do you realize the amount of liability that the United States could have? And I'm sure they would exercise it rather freely if it was all traced back to the United States, or a lot of it was, even though China misused it. We had a hand in creating this organism. And for some reason, they absolutely refused to say, this organism, caused this disease, or we were able to modify this organism. We know about the fleas on the rats and the bubonic plague. I sent you a thing today about the African swine fever, and Haiti and Dominican Republic share the same island. And now we have a bunch of patients headed to the United States. And of African swine fever, which is sometimes referred to as pig Ebola because it's a DNA virus, not an RNA virus. If that gets in the United States, that's going to cause untold trillions of dollars worth of damage to our swine industry and food industry. And all of this keeps going on. And I still think that the big thing is that should anyone around the world feel that the United States had a hand in developing this thing, that you can look for a lot of countries to sue for injuries or apply for injuries or something. And frankly, the United States just has a mess on their hands because they didn't, how Fauci got that all through and went to the Wuhan Institute of Virology instead of using our resources. And nobody's ever said what the purpose of the research was in the first place. I mean, why was this thing modified other than to be some sort of a bioweapon? What gain were we supposed to get from it? And, you were mentioning all these different adverse effects, and they're using the mRNA, the messenger RNA virus. I suspect that it's finding any weak point anyone's ever had in their body, if they've had an injury or anything of that nature. I mean, I guess you consider, I don't know how long this sore arm thing is going to go on, but I got the second shot in February, and I've had a sore arm ever since. I mean, it's getting better, but it's an annoyance. Oddly enough, if I exercise, it gets worse. And as a type 2 diabetic, I should be exercising every day if I don't have a lot of physical activity. So, and I can tell it in my daily measurements of blood sugar. So, is that an adverse effect or something that should be taken account of? And at this stage of the game, we should have quite a database. And if they're not, like the woman said, if we're not reporting this, we can't get the database, because it could be that maybe 80% of the population can get the vaccination just fine, but there's another 20% that should never get the vaccination. And so it's just the reason we're not really, to me, we've never wanted to get to the bottom of it. And that's a big mystery. Why are we not getting to the bottom of how this whole thing evolved in the first place?
And then, Vic, you hear this week, you had California's governor now saying that all the children are going to be required to get vaccinated to go to school in that state. So now we're bringing our youngest in. I think, what is it? Was it ages 6 to 12? Or, I mean, they're mandating that, I guess, as soon as it's authorized for the children, he's going to mandate it.
Well, yeah, and they're at that stage. Baby's born, they get the colostrum from the mother, and they have her immunity to different diseases. That's transferred naturally, and then as they get older, they pick up all the childhood diseases. But as they start to get to a certain level there, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, I don't know if you ever noticed or not, they a lot of the other immunities begin to wear out, and they start to pick up others. Their immune system is not that responsive, I guess is the word that I was trying to search for. And that in that particular age group, pre-adolescent and everything, 9 times out of 10, that's when they're, all the other shots they've had to take, that's wearing out. They give them a booster shot. That's not really a good time to be giving kids a lot of vaccinations. And even the early flu vaccines, there was 1 year in there that I know people that basically wound up disabled for life because it affected the nervous system. And, they'd lose their hands, or not lose their hands, they'd lose the use of their hands or arms, or et cetera. And then to even go way back, you remember the thalidomide babies or not? I don't know if you really remember much about that or not, but that happened back in the late 50s because they had this miracle drugs that could take care of morning sickness and nausea, and I'd have to forget what all they basically prescribed it for. But anyway, it created a lot of deformities, and they didn't show up for like 2 or 3 years later. So No, there's been some disastrous vaccine events. And like I said, to me, the big thing is you're talking about ivermectin. Even when they talked about that, they talked about it was a horse dewormer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it does do that, but that's not exactly true because there is a human ivermectin. And
it's
stuff you sent me, you looked up.
It's approved for several different uses, and it's even used for several things that aren't even on the list of approved treatments. That is correct. And let me correct the record. Gavin Newsom announcing the vaccine mandate for students ages 12 and older. So you're 12 to 18-year-olds, I guess, whatever. Yeah, the first state to require students to be fully vaccinated for in-person instruction. 12 and up. Because I guess it's not approved for anyone under the age of 12 at this point, right? All right, about 8 before the hour. We'll come back, begin winding things down here. Blind Man got you coming up. Hang in there. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Right back at it here. Let me get to the Blind Man. Checking in this morning. What do you say, Blind Man? How things going up in your neck of the woods?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. I've been listening to WMAL and WCBM in Baltimore. What's going on with the Fairfax and Loudoun County School Board? Now the school board people have demanded that the Biden administration do an FBI check on these parents that are speaking out. And what WMAL is also doing, especially the morning guy, Larry O'Connor, every time a Democrat says something, is to follow up with that Greta woman going blah, 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 blah. So I think that's hilarious.
You know, we touched on that a little bit earlier. I think Pappy brought it up, the whole thing. Yes, about this memo from the Department of Justice. Making it sound like parents are these parents that are actually making some sort of a physical threat toward the school boards, or is it just parents that are speaking up about not wanting critical race theory shoved down their kids' throat, that kind of thing?
They're calling it verbal abuse.
Verbal abuse.
If you can believe that one.
Okay.
Yeah, there's been no physical fisticuffs that I have heard of. And there's another guy that I like listening to from 12 to 3 on WCBM, Rob Carson with Newsmax. He's got a really good show. So I like listening to him from 12 to 3 on WCBM in Baltimore.
Well, I'm glad we were able to get to you this morning, Blind Man, because we're about to wrap things up. So I guess the rains have finally moved out of your area, cleared up. It is a little chilly there this morning.
No, I haven't stepped outside yet. I got a window open in the bedroom, and I don't feel cold at all.
Okay. I think it's supposed to cool off a little bit behind the front here in the next couple of days. But all right, yeah, with that, let's see, finally, Truck and Phil checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up, happy Taco Tuesday. As usual, departing Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and the flip back to Fort Wayne. 65 degrees, kind of a humid morning. There we go. Thank you so much, Truck and Phil. And with that, we'll wrap things up here on a Tuesday morning. Hump Day coming on at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll come back and join us for another episode, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but